lead us in your mighty ways. And we also pray that everything will flow according to your plan and according to your purpose. And so we pray for every agenda that will be deliberated today. And so we pray this in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the...
Yeah, mko sawa. So now I'll confuse you. So me, I'll be saying something. Don't do what I'm doing. You do what I'm saying. Sawa. Aya. Mpe stamp. Mpe clap. You're already confused. Sasa mmeshika sasa. Aya. Let's go. Aya. Mpe clap. Mpe stamp. Mpe snap. Look at you guys. Aya, good job. I hope you've had a fantastic night, a restful night, a good night. Yeah, I can see all of you look bright and beautiful. Welcome to day 2. I want to give you a little challenge today. How many of us present in Swahili? How many of us present in Swahili? Swahili people. How many of us do English? Okay, so we are going to split into 2 groups. So not necessarily that you do it in Swahili, but if today you want to do Swahili, just for today, come to this side. If you just want to do in Swahili, come to this side. If you want to do in English, come to this side. Then I'll give you a challenge. Let's do that in 2 minutes. To split, not that you'll sit there permanently. I just wanted to, this is the challenge for today. We are going to do a report, like a reporting of yesterday's recap. You're doing yesterday's recap. So one group will do in Swahili, another one will do in English, and then we'll have 2 editors who will rate for us who's done a better job. Sawa sawa? Sawa sawa? No, go for sawa sawa. Aya, let's do. Some people, Swahili people come to this side, English people come to this side. Come to this table. English people come to this table. Let's start moving. Let's start moving and save time. Then Swahili people come to this table. This one. Yes. Kujeni tu hapa. Kujeni hapa. Swahili hapa. English people come here. English left the group. English left the group. Oh dear. English people. Where's him so if we cover? English left the group. Nitawa split tu sasa. Wavinya, help me split these people. Wote ni kama wamekuwa wa Kiswahili. Hapana, sasa nitawa split. Nyinyi wote hivi endeni pale kwa Kiingereza. Hata English hamjui. Ona hapa nyuma kujeni hivi kwa table ya Kiingereza. Hapa nyuma nyinyi wote.
Kwa ni kama you're on your own.
Hapa hivi endeni pale kwa ile table ya English. Hamtachangia.
Alafu pia kuko na Waswahili, wa English. Alafu tupatie ndolo yake ya Sheng. Na pia Kikuyu.
Na kuna Sheng. Nani anaweza fanya in Sheng?
Ndolo ndo ule pale.
Fanya ndolo. Very nice. Watu wa Sheng mkuja kwa table.
Watu wa Sheng wanasema pia wanataka
English, Swahili here. Aya, so do a muktasari, give it a headline and do a muktasari of yesterday's. Muna presenting na kilo ya. We can get one vernacular. Who wants to do vernacular? One vernacular. Aya, we have Swahili, we have English, we have Sheng. Let's have one vernacular. If you want to do vernacular, it's fine. You'll do vernacular. Hilda, kuja ufanye vernacular. Wewe kuja. Vernacular mkae hapa. Yeah! Vernacular. Good. Aya, start. Give us a recap of yesterday. Everything that happened yesterday, from the beginning to the end. And then give it a headline and then everything else. This is what I think. Make it like a complete production with somebody will do the jingle, like a jingle something. So mtafute mtu atawafanyia hiyo something. Think about a jingle, how you usually start the news and then start. Sawa, and finish. No, I want you people to do it. So this is the challenge. You'll do the muktasari for yesterday. Give it a headline. Produce it like ikwe a production but a cappella. Sasa bila instruments, bila mixer nini. So mweke kujingle exactly. Mweke to jingle, mweke nini, alafu mfanye muktasari ishe. Sawa? Yeah, vernacular. What you talking? How are you? English people. What you talk Uingereza? This is the challenge, yeah? Do the muktasari for yesterday, a summary of yesterday. So give it a headline. Do a complete production. So it's a cappella. There's no DJ helping. So it's a cappella. You do the headline, do the jingle. So mtu mwenye atafanya jingle hapo, mwenye atapresent, alafu iche. Headline, hivyo yote. Sawa. I challenge to you. You have the next 10 minutes. 10 minutes on the clock. Nimeanza count.
Duniani kisana mana mpate uzima jamani ishapamba unanipenda zaidi hivyo nishaelewa sifa nitakupa zaidi ishapamba unanipenda zaidi hivyo nishaelewa sifa nitakupa zaidi na siwezi jizuia.
Aya.
Kama najigamba umenitenda mema na siwezi jizuia kusema wema. Sio kama najigamba umenitenda mema umekuwa mwema kwangu. Umenitoa gizani nilipokuwa nimeshikwa mateka, nipe tumaini wako nikajificha, sasa nitakupa nini? Iwe sawa umetenda, hakuna ina moyoni, sifa nitakuimbia ili kugharimu msalabani unifie, hivyo inanibidi sifa nikuimbie wema wako niseme ili na wengine wakujue, wote waungane nami na wazee 24 na siwezi jizuia kusema wako wema. Kama najigamba umenitenda mema, kama najigamba umenitenda mema umekuwa mwema. Acha niringe umekuwa mwema yawe umenitendea. Acha niringe kama najigamba umenitenda mema. Kama najigamba umenitenda mema. Kama najigamba umenitenda mema.
6 more minutes to go. 6 minutes to go. Four minutes. A minute. Please note that everything you're doing is a cappella. We are not using the DJ in the presentation. If it's the jingle, it's you're the one doing it. You're the one doing it. The ones who are coming in, just find a group and join them. You'll catch up what they're doing. Don't sit by yourself. Join this side. Excuse me, you can join this table. You have a minute. You have a minute and a half. Yeah. Alright, guys, time is up. Time is up. Time is up. Time is up. We'll start with Kikuyu, then go to Swahili. Yeah, we'll start Kikuyu, we do Swahili, we do English, and we do Luya, and then we do Sheng. Nimbili. You have Griama as well. Oh dear. Sawa. So let me arrange you guys. So we'll start with Kikuyu. We go to Swahili. Then now we'll do Sheng. We do English. English, who else is there? Griama. Louis. Guys, time is up. Time is up. Time is up. We start. Kikuyu, come on stage.
People of Murima.
Kikuyu, come on stage. We can split. We can go back to our sitting areas. Tupoke muktasari. Utafanya jingle pia peke yako? Team members hawakuja kukusaidia? Kuja usaidie mwenzako, umfanyie hiyo part yenye hiyo. Karibu, don't overthink. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. We are doing Kikuyu, then Swahili, then Giriama, you'll come after that. Giriama, you'll come after Swahili. And then we go to Sheng, English, and Luya will be last. Start. Don't overthink. You're fine. You're fine.
Oh. Nitoke huko nyuma. Nitoke huko nyuma. Nitoke niende ni.
Nĩ mohoro ma thaa mũgwanja station I've done ndio Yes, muthikio wa AGJK ni mohoro ma thaa mũgwanja ũkĩmenyithio nĩ niĩ mũndũ gwĩtwo Maina wa Njenga na tũtanathi na mbere mohoro tũkorwo tũnyitanĩire na mũndũ mwandĩki witũ wa mohoro gwĩtwo Mũngai JM kũrĩa mwena wa gĩcũa-inĩ ũrĩa ũratũmenyithia ũrĩa kũrathiĩ na mbere gĩikaro kĩa andĩki a mohoro kuma bũrũri-inĩ wa Kenya. Mũngai JM okorwo nĩ ũkũnjigua rĩu mwaro nĩ waku. Mũngai JM nĩ ũkũnjigua?
Thengiũ mũno mwandĩki witũ wa mohoro Macharia wĩ kũrĩa studio. O ta ũrĩa ũrona ndĩ mwena wa Mombasa, ona ũngĩrora ũrĩa hiana ndauma o iria-inĩ rĩa Shanzu kũrĩa mwena wa Mombasa kũrĩa kwĩna kĩgomano kĩa andĩki a mohoro makĩarĩrĩria ũhoro wa media na ũtwarithia wa mbere wa media. Oho
Mũngai JM no twetereire kamũria twindanĩra Mũngai JM ngwĩciria nĩ tũgũthiĩ na mbere na ndeto ya kũmenyithia ũrĩa gũikaire mwena wa Mombasa. Mũngai JM okorwo nĩ ũkũnjigua?
nĩ twacokereria o rĩngĩ o wega biũ. Ngwĩhoka nĩ ũranyamũkĩra wega na mwĩroreri wa TV itũ. Ndĩ mwena wa Mombasa kũrĩa ndĩ kĩgomano-inĩ kĩa andĩki a mohoro kũrĩa mararĩrĩria ũtari wa radio hasa harĩ thĩinĩ wa maũndũ megiĩ mũtũrĩre na hasa harĩ andũ megiĩ wandĩki wa mohoro. Andũ nĩ mehoetwo kũhũthĩra mĩtambo ya ũkinyanĩria wega. Network nĩ ĩrora hanini kũrĩa studio no nĩ tondũ wa iria rĩ thutha wakwa, ona nĩ ũrona harĩa ndũgamĩte. Ngwĩciria mohoro-inĩ ma thaa ĩmwe nĩ ũkũnyamũkĩra na njĩra njega mũthikĩrĩria. Thengiũ mũno nĩ kwĩrorera AGJK TV.
Thengiũ mũno mũthikĩrĩria na ngehoka atĩ tũgũtindana nawe mohoro macio mangĩ. O toguo Mũngai JM mauga nĩ atĩ andĩki a mohoro nĩ mehoetwo matikahũthĩre mbeca kwandĩka mohoro kana mahũthĩre ũhuciano wao na ateti nĩgetha mathiĩ na mbere kũheana ndeto iria ciagĩrĩire. Gũkũ nĩ kwa AGJK Radio, tũcemanie mathaa macio mangĩ ma hwaĩ-inĩ.
Wape snap, wape stamp, wape clap, wape clap. Fantastic job. Very good job. Swahili people. Very good job.
Na nadhani chairman wa AGJK anasikia venye AGJK radio inatokezea. We need a radio.
Hizi ni habari za Swahili Radio na Susan Mboze.
Sadakta kabisa, mpenzi msikilizaji, na tumaini kwamba umeamka vyema mahali popote pale ulipo. Hujambo na karibu kwenye taarifa zetu za Swahili Radio awamu ya saa 3 asubuhi. Jina langu ni Susan Mboze. Kongamano la wanahabari nyanjani limeng'oa nanga leo jijini Mombasa. Kongamano hilo limeleta pamoja washikadau mbalimbali ikiwemo vyombo vya habari vya mashinani, baraza la vyombo vya habari nchini MCK pamoja na washikadau mbalimbali. Kwa sasa naungana na mwanahabari wetu ambaye ako sehemu ambayo kongamano hili linaendelea, Fahima Ibrahim, ili aweze kutujuza zaidi.
Naam, shukran sana mwanahabari wetu kule kwenye kituoni Swahili FM. Wanasema uswahilini hayawi yamekuwa ni kongamano ambalo wanahabari wamekuwa kingoja sana, hasa wanahabari ambao wanatoka katika redio za mashinani. Na kongamano hilo ambalo limeandaliwa na AGJK ni kongamano ambalo limewezesha wanahabari tofauti kupatana, wanahabari kutoka kaunti zote nchini. Na ni fursa nzuri sana ambapo wanahabari wamepata kutangamana kutoka pia kwa zile stesheni za lugha ya nyumbani, lugha ya mama. Na leo nataka nitazungumza na wale wanahabari ambao kidogo pia usisahau tulikuwa na viongozi ambao walikuwa wanawakilisha serikali. Kulikuwa na wale ambao wa Media Council of Kenya, na wamejifunza mengi na wameulizwa maswali na wamepata kujibiwa. Leo nataka kuzungumza na mmoja wa wanahabari ambaye pia aliweza kubahatika kuhudhuria kongamano hili. Habari yako?
Salama sana.
Jina lako nani?
Mwanzo kwa jina naitwa Eric Mtai na hudumu pale Radio Amani Nakuru, na nina furaha sana siku ya pili leo kuhudhuria kongamano hili. Jana tulikuwa na kikao kizuri sana kuhusiana na wale ambao ni washikadau ambao wamejumuika na sisi hapa kuweza kutuelimisha 1, 2, 3, na binafsi nafikiria ilikuwa ni siku kubwa tena sana. Leo pia tunatarajia siku kubwa kwa sababu sisi wenyeji ama wageni tushafika hapa angalau kuweza kupata kile ambacho tumeandaliwa leo, na nasema binafsi nimeweza kupata elimu kadha wa kadha ambao nitapeleka kule bara angalau kuweza kuwaelimisha pia na wasikilizaji wetu pamoja na wale ambao watakuwa wanatusikiliza kutoka hapa.
Naam, kwa sababu leo ikiwa ni siku ya pili, siku ya kwanza kulikuwa na wale ambao wanasema representative kutoka kwa serikali. Je, ulipata kujibiwa hilo swali lako ambalo huwa kila siku linakukera?
Naam, bila shaka wale ambao ni wawakilishi kutoka upande wa serikali waliweza kuzungumza kwa niaba ya kile ambacho serikali kinaweza kuwaahidi wanahabari katika nyanjani, kwamba baadhi ya vitu vyao ambao wanaichapisha kwenye mitandao kwa wakati mwingine utaweza kushughulikiwa, na bila shaka shughuli zote ambazo wanaizifanya zinaweza kuwafikia wengi ikiwa kama mitandao yao yanaweza kudhibitishwa kwa mfano, na vile vile hali yao ya mishahara kwa mfano, na vile vile hali yao ya almashauri kule kazini wameahidi kwamba watakuwa wanaishughulikia, kwani baadhi ya vitu ambao tunatarajia pia labda kadri muda utakapokuwa unasonga tutakuwa tunapata majibu ya maswali ambayo bado tunayo kichwani.
Naam, shukran sana. Na wasikilizaji wetu pia kuna wale ambao waliweza kutunukiwa mwaka jana, wale ambao waliweza kupiku wanahabari katika kitengo cha kushindana, na katika association hii ya AGJK wanahabari pia si kukuzwa tu, pia wanapewa nafasi ya kushindana kuandika makala mbalimbali, na wanaweza makala ambayo itaweza kupikwa nyingine wanaweza kupata kutunikiwa. Na mimi leo niko na mmoja hapa ambaye aliweza kushinda mwaka jana. Nataka azungumze, atueleza ni kipi, msukumo upi ulimfanya mpaka akawa mmoja wa waandishi, na nini limfanya mpaka akaweza kuandika makala hayo. Vipi?
Salama sana. Shukran sana mwenzangu. Kilichonichochea zaidi sana ni kufanya kitu kinaitwa utafiti na utafitafi, na vile vile pia kujituma zaidi na kuangazia habari ambazo zinahusu jamii moja kwa moja.
Naam, unajua ni ngumu sana kumwona mwanadada anashindana na ndume, lakini wewe unaonekana wewe noma. Noma si noma. Sasa labda kwa wale wanahabari wenzako wa kike, ni nipi utaeleza vipi ile msukumo ili wajisukume, wasione kwamba tu, unajua kuna ile kasumba katika jamii zetu kwamba lazima ujue mtu ambaye akona mtu ambaye anajua mtu. Sasa wewe kwa sababu uko unajua mtu, zungumza na huyu kike mwanahabari mwenzako.
Mwanahabari mwenzangu ambaye ni wa kike kama mimi lazima kujituma kama vile nimesema hapo mwanzoni. Alafu kitu kingine, bidii muhimu, na pia kushirikiana na wale ambao wako mbele yetu ili basi kuangazia mambo ambayo nimesema nahusu jamii moja kwa moja.
Asante sana. Mwaka huu uli participate?
Siku participate.
Kwa nini, imekutosha ama bado?
Bado kuna kitu kingine nafanya kiko jikoni, nikasema kwamba mwaka wa 2026.
Fahima kidogo nitakuwa nakukatiza kutoka hapa studio kidogo kutokana na muda unakwenda sana. Tutakuwa tunafikia kikomo kuhusiana na hafla hiyo. Msikilizaji, kama ulivyosikia ni kwamba kongamano hilo bado linaendelea na leo ni siku ya pili tu na bado wanahabari hao wanaendelea kukongamana kwa siku 4 zaidi. Mimi nitakuwa narejea mwendo wa saa 4 kamili na muktasari wa habari kutoka Swahili Radio. Jina langu ni Mboze Sanga. Kwa heri.
Makofi, makofi, makofi kwao, makofi kwao. Aya, sasa tutabadili kidogo tupate Sheng. Sheng na English mko pamoja? Aya, let's see what else we can. Na vile tukao tunataka kusikia muktasari ya Sheng. Sawa. I think we can have let's have one vernacular. Giriama kwa wapi? Giriama kwa wapi? Yes, shortest time possible. Shortest time possible. Let's try and do a minute.
Good evening.
Attention, please.
Good morning. Mimi na present Kigiriama lakini yangu ni fupi sana. Haya, karibu nyosini njomzi jombirwa nianza ngu haho kukala jana hakala na sekala siku ya nziti ya kamare manake fakuza haha kikao kiki ambacho bila shaka fahiwa haa ni AGJK ili kuzidi kupewa maadha kuhusiana ni jinsiani ya kukala atangazaji bora kwa mashinani. Jana fapiwa mora kukala Pastor Ezekiel haha kare mavueni haha anamala avugulere diona TV vikara fuki yangu kukala uwe una vibalisha kwako ndimo kuma mavoga kazi hali yako kapwa kazi na baadaye pia mutsana kekala ni siku ya kubanda banda manake jana fa pata chai fukinwa na vitu tofauti tofauti gonya kisha kila mtu achenda kwako nyumbani achena zihuriza angine ambao ni agiriengea jana makwenda kureho bichi machenda ogerera lakini funa makukala mchenda kuriaho mukale makini maana kaga mazini manji maziga bulu gagari manji kwa vizio pere mkahoha mukafaka wana kwa vizio mukale makini ela ini siku ya hiri ya kikao kiki funatarajo kala kuna kala na mautu manji ambao funakala funambirwa haha kwa vizio nyosini ambao muhaha jana fuki jana ambao pia aparo ambao fodura kikao jana fuki anga kukala fuki pata mapeni mwisho wa mwaka fuzi yandae mwaka ujao fukale fundara zirao press card na mapema manaka media council mamba ukala manazi laja mwisho mwanzo wa mwaka kwa hivyo fustarize kala fo hena uchaguzi bendo jofale press card na mapema ili zikale zinafsaidia ili fukimbola fukalefu na dima fukamanyika na ukala sisibe fuatangazaji avituo vya mashinani ni gago mimi ndimi Jomba Jefa.
Clap. Nakwambia mimi si Mgiriama lakini nimesikia mchukue press card na mapema. Si ndio? At least that much I got. Mchukue press card na mapema. Sawa? 2026. All right, let's have English shortest time possible. Don't make it long. English, please. Oh, you want to do it from there? Oh, no. Yeah. Please do shortest time possible. Need another mic.
Welcome to AGJK FM 1 p.m. briefs. To start us off, the much anticipated AGJK conference is underway, drawing journalists from counties together with media advocates to discuss media viability and sustainability. We will be joining our reporters on the ground, Ngolo Kante, who will be telling us more on what is happening. Ngolo, rada?
Rada ni safi, huko Mombasa tuko poa. Jana tumekuwa na Secretary for Information and Broadcasting, Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy, of which address my youth, wachukua opportunities, tukianza na affordable housing, usiondoke opportunity. Alafu, akasema tutohiyo tenancy ya sisi ni mayouth. Unajua mara mingi unapata tunasema tutaki opportunities juu sisi ni mayouth, itatupata mahali tuko. Ameonyesha na vijana waamke, tujitume, toke kwa comfort zone. Tukakuwa na Dennis Kioko, board chairman AGJK. Akasema hiyo information inatupata, tushare kwa mayouth wengine, tusikae nayo. Na nikisikiza kwa mawina wa last year, naweza kuotea Koimugweru. Alisema hivi, passion and hard working is knowing the community you serve are traits for creating a winning pace. So alimaanisha kujituma. Hizo awards amepata juu ya kujituma na kujua venye anaishi na watu pale mtaani. Na nikimalizia na Stella Alex, quote yake anasema role of media is to set agenda, not set wrong agenda. So kuna hawa wanahabari wenye wanahongo hapo mtaani. MC anadu kitu wrong na anakuambia unyamazie na wewe juu unaangalia tumbo. Amesema tusiangalie tumbo wanasiasa, tukue rada. Yeah. Back to you Tracy hapo.
And that's the latest from our newsroom. I'm Tracy Nakato. Keep it here for more updates.
Well done, well done. Let's have Luya. Very fast, please. Very fast.
Yeah. Anaitwa Mombasa Mika wa Nyenje.
Tiahola saa 4 tia asubuhi mrecheresi wanje wa radio ingo iredio ya AGJK hulanjiri siambu obeni nasi halala olwa ehurera machanike fumu winje pitishinga olwa ke horeshe mutingongo tia Shanzu Mombasa elira ryanje ni Hilda Ajema. Hao mukoloba habandu habo hurera amacheni mutingongo tiosi tia Kenya nende aba mashinani bahaka na mushitonyi Shanzu muitala ya Praidin ohweka shinga amahua okohutirisia italuma ya butangazaji obucheni obo wachachire hunoti kulu baada yomuhongo wa AGJK Dennis Beru ohuikula eshihalo esho rasmi baadaye huamalire hunyola ebise ebyo huakana nende abayomba tizawadi etia yohuhola story tindai mu community nalimo Mili Sabwani Hilda Ajema nende Isaac Wahenya bataru yabo babolere shinga olwa bahalabana ili ohuyomba mwaka kwa 2020 nende 20 nende tine na macheni mubinji piti etsatine musikilizaji wanje lakini shola suta haleta kubera tsatirano kulaba huchera nende amacheni kandi lira ryanje ni Hilda Ajema.
Hey, makofi kwao. Fabulous job. Well, mpaka tuwasaidie wakae chini. Wonderful job. I'm absolutely impressed. I'm absolutely impressed by the level of talent in this room. You people are extremely talented. Ebu mjipe snap, mjipe tap, mjipe clap. Hey, mjipe clap. Fabulous, thank you. And I can also tell that you people were very attentive yesterday from those muktasaris and just the beauty in diversity. What a beauty, you guys, you're extremely talented. In fact, now I'm challenged to see what more we can do together. Sindio? So this moment, I'd want us to welcome our MC. Did she do a great job yesterday? She's gonna take us even better today. And she's even dressed in bright colors. So today is gonna be bright and it's gonna be beautiful. So DJ, do you have a song that can welcome her? Tumklapie, to our Adansa Kikuta, to our moderator, Susan Wabi.
Let you know, love you now, they do me slow, baby, cause I don't need you already.
Good morning. DJ kwani unanga ile ngoma ya oh Susanna, but keep it for the afternoon. Chill, keep it for the afternoon. How are you guys? Mnafilaje? Mnafeel fiti? Mimi kitu nimeget ni wasikilizaji wanje. So, today you are watu wanje. And I am mutu wanje. Anyway, mutu efwe. All right, welcome to day 2. This is going to be a bright day. So kama ulikuwa na pressure jana, I hope umeiacha pale nje and you're ready for the day. So on today's conversation, we will be speaking about media sustainability, innovation, and digital inclusion. We will be having different speakers and a lot of engagement from us. Sawa sawa? But before we begin with that, remember we are live on Facebook. For those who are joining us on Facebook and YouTube, karibuni sana, keep engaging with us. Also remember the amazing photos that you received yesterday. I hope you'll post TikTok, Facebook, and as you do that, remember to tag AGJK, remember to tag Safaricom, Media Council of Kenya, Boma Yangu, Kengen, Sport Kenya, Forum Civ, Minet, DNDI, Human Doc, Shofco, African Cities, Communication Authority of Kenya, JHR, Hand in Hand, Henet, Election Observation Group, ELOG, Search for Common Ground, Collaboration of Women in Development, SATO, TISA, Kenya Human Rights Commission, the State Department of Housing and Urban Development, and FIDA Kenya. And also remember to tag respective stations. So for today, I'd like to hear from 3 people. Sawa sawa, watu wangapi? Watu watatu. What media innovation, inclusion means to you. Sawa sawa? Nataka kusikia. When you hear about sustainability, when you hear about innovation, when you hear about digital inclusion, what does that mean to you? Watu watatu, very fast, then we get straight into our presentation. Somebody, what is media sustainability to us? Anyone? Mkisikia jina media sustainability, innovation, inamaanisha nini? Ama hamjasikia? Tunataka kusikia. Tunataka kusikia, si ndio? All right. Then I want you to help me welcome Mwende Mutinda from Edu Initiative, who will be sharing with us about crowdfunding and audience-backed journalism. And that will link up into our theme for today. So guys, let's give a round of applause to Mwenda Mutinda from Edu Initiative. Makofi yake mpaka afike. DJ mfanyie ile kitu mpaka afike. Very nice. Very nice. Yes. Karibuni sana.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are happy today. And we're gonna have very, unajua mimi ni Mkamba, there is a word, H-O-N-E-S-T. Is it honest ama honest? Okay, so we're gonna have very honest conversations here so that we are able to help each other. Sawa sawa. So, like I said, my name is Monde Mutinda, the Executive Director of Edu Initiative Kenya. Edu Initiative Kenya, it's a community-based organization and an education-oriented one. So this is what we do. We offer scholarships to students from vulnerable families through primary to tertiary level of education. And apart from that, we also empower the parents of the vulnerable children through an entrepreneurial development model where we take them through a business skills training, the whole model, and even finance them with a capital to either start or expand their already existing businesses. So the reason why we are doing it is because we want to enhance education. If we are able to support a family, they'll be able to enhance their livelihoods and they'll be able to support their children to school. Is that right? Yeah, so apart from that, we have a mentorship program that cuts across the parents and the child, a holistic wellness mentorship program, so that we just ensure that we align the character of the child vis-a-vis the education support as well, so that we can have all-rounded individuals in the future. And so far, it's an organization, it's a community-based organization, like I said, a grassroots one. So we've been able to have 14 children in our scholarship program. That is, we are able to take them through primary to university or vocational level. And apart from that, we have 248 children in our mentorship program. And we've been able to support 30 families with the business skills and finances, about $5,000. And from that, they've been able to enhance their livelihoods. And as a result, 148 children are now in school, children who are in the verge of dropping out, children who are not participating well in school. So that's basically it for the organization. And just to add on that, we also do collaborative partnerships, bringing on board people who maybe we do not have in-depth expertise in regards to matters sexual reproductive health and rights, climate action, and so on. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Waithera. I am the Holistic Wellness Coordinator at Edu Initiative. And as you've heard, the Holistic Wellness Program is one of the core programs at Edu Initiative. And while we let the teachers and the rest focus on the academic excellence of the child, the Holistic Wellness Program focuses on their overall well-being, emotional, psychological, and social well-being. And we have impacted a lot of children and are continuing to impact a lot of children positively, especially in areas such as Kilifi interior, where access to all forms of healthcare, whether medical healthcare, mental health, is minimal if it exists at all for these children. So we try to equip them with tools to help them regulate themselves, things such as conflict resolution and the likes that you think we would come across on the day-to-day basis. So we work with them from a very early age. I think we target kids starting from 9 years old all the way to 22 years of age, where we see them through the tertiary education. Thank you.
Bosco, should we just proceed? Okay, so you might ask yourselves, how do we showcase our stories out there? And the reason why we are here is just to share how we get our funding. We're a grassroots organization, and yesterday I could hear so many people say, hatuna pesa, tunaomba hizo grant. Hizo grant ni nini, zinatoka wapi, na mnazipata aje? So we are here to share with you how you're gonna be able to get the right donors, the right donor agencies, the right institutions, the right investors to your platforms, yeah? So maybe Waithera, you can take us through that.
Okay. So the most important thing, I think we hear about fundraising campaigns all the time. These days, there's all sorts of platforms. They happen on Twitter, on X, you see Kenyans raising money for fellow Kenyans to deal with certain things. We have platforms such as GoFundMe for crowdfunding. But the biggest thing before you get there, I think right now I want to talk about the storytelling techniques because in the field that we are working in right now, children from low-income backgrounds, we have seen how mainstream media, especially Western-driven media, portrays these areas that we are working in. You know, they center on poverty, they center on struggle, which is true. It is the reality of these children, but it's not 100% of us. It's not 100% of Africa. You know, we have poverty, yes, but we have resilience within that poverty. We have innovation and adaptability within that poverty. So what we try to do as Edu Initiative is to take a human-centered design, because I like to insist that the only thing or the main thing that connects me as a person in need to you as a potential donor is our shared humanity. So we all have our problems, but we don't center them in telling the narratives of these children. We actually center their dreams, their routines, their agency, their creativity, the art that they make, and not just the things that they need from us. So we like to have the donors relating to the children that they're helping as a whole person and less of as a statistical project. So, because that is what actually builds on impact, because we can donate all the money and see all the kids through to high school, but that's not the end of the statistics. A lot of them leave high school and start getting into drugs and start getting into local organized crime and things like that. So yes, there has been impact, but it has not been seen through the entire cycle. So we focus on that human-centered narrative, sharing the humanity of the child, speaking to the humanity of the donor. And this also helps us to return that aspect of compassion, because these days I think companies do this thing for CSR. Tunasema tu, we put away 3 million to say, dear, what you don't even know who you're helping, you don't know their circumstances, and you don't know how successful that donation will be. And then another thing is having clear donor pathways, and those are the tangible asks. It's easy for us here as Edu Initiative to say, guys, we are crowdfunding for this, please send us whatever you have. It's very vague. You don't know what we are crowdfunding for. You don't know how much we need or what you'd be supporting. So tangible asks is having, for example, something very clear, very direct, such as sharing 700 Kenyan shillings per month keeps a child in school for 1 term. It's very direct. It shows what your donation is being used for, and it's telling us a very direct, tangible ask, which is 700 Kenyan shillings. And we believe that that works better for us as a grassroots organization, because our main supporters are the very people that we're helping, even most of the time. The community for us is very important. We work a lot with local organizations, local governments, and key local players that are well versed in the areas that we are going to be working in. So concrete asks, they convert a lot faster and larger than vague appeals, is what I've come to realize. And also, crowdfunding as based off of programs and timelines. So for example, you could try to raise 10,000 shillings between now and let me say 100,000 between now and December. And it could take a lot of time, but also turn around. I've noticed a thing with a lot of us CBOs. We have a lot of operational costs and things like that that sometimes we might pay for out of our own pockets. So it's important that we have short timelines. I like to work with 3 to 6 months because it boosts accountability. We're able to get back to our donors. This is the 700 that you donated last month, and this is how it has been used. This is what it has contributed to. And then we also focus on a participatory storytelling. Again, back to that aspect of mainstream media and how it is good that they tell our stories for us, but we like to give autonomy back to the children that we're helping. And this ties into the aspect of holistic wellness, because we want a child to see themselves beyond their poverty. That is a thing. Because you tell a child that you are born poor, you have lived poor, and you'll not be able to do anything unless other people help you, that might become their core identity. So giving them the capacity to tell their own stories, because for us, if we speak for them as Edu, we're talking on help us with money to do this, but we don't want the kids to say that. We want the kids to share their dreams. We want them to share what they're excited about, even the big dreams that seem unrealistic to them. There are kids in Kilifi interior, they have never even been to Kilifi town itself or even been to Mombasa. But we want them to know that you can succeed and you can even go abroad. But then if we insist on telling the stories for them and their own problems, they will never have the capacity to have that autonomy, to take control of their narrative and their stories, and to empower themselves. So that participatory storytelling, it shifts power and it builds ownership, and understanding. The children and the families, even their parents, develop ownership for their own well-being, because this is also a very interesting line of work. We would like to help everybody, you know, if it was possible. However, it's not everybody that is easy to work with. We have had cases where, for example, even if it's not in this organization, we've heard of recipients receiving funding for entrepreneurial programs, for example, and they go ahead and do their own things with it. So having a person take ownership of their own developmental journey from that funding that they're receiving, it boosts that aspect of accountability. And that's why we like for them to tell their own stories. You're receiving this, and how will it help you? What will it do for you? And then campaign framing, lastly, as I wrap up on that bit, the campaign framing and longitudinal stories. Like I said, seeing a story through till the end. We like to have a full sponsorship or mentorship life cycle where we are taking on a recipient or a participant and we see them through till the end. So we like to have our alumni maybe come back and tell us, I went through this program, how did it help me? And we've also found ourselves as Edu Initiative, some of our team members are people that have been beneficiaries of donor programs and programs from other NGOs. And that ensures it has that social impact, yes, but it also shows the sustainability and the longevity of this work that we're doing, because we're not helping people for them to go and forget about us. The point of holistic well-being, we empower one child to empower an entire community. It's not about just the child themselves. That's why we're focusing on, we might give a child a scholarship for schooling, but you'll see that we're working with their parents to give them an entrepreneurial fund for them to start a business, because we don't want that one child to grow up and study and graduate and have the burden of taking care of his other 8 siblings and 2 parents. It's not sustainable, is it? Is it sustainable? It's not sustainable. And it builds on to that pressure. And of course, now they go into the negative coping mechanisms such as the drugs. So what we do is we try that holistic empowering. And I think to us, that also ties into our African perspectives of family and community. We don't want to pick one person out and take them so far and leave an entire community behind. We want to move with as many people as possible. Collectives is important for us. So if out of 15 we can empower 3, we will take those 3 up to the very end. So campaign framing, starting with your problem and the hope that you have, and the concrete ask is very important. So clear CTAs, clear messaging is very, very important. Avoiding a lot of rambling about our dreams and our hopes, and focusing, centering on that child. This is their roadmap. This is where they are. They are in grade 5. They've stalled here for the past 3 years because they've never been able to move to grade 6 because of fees issues. So focusing on that, ensuring the timeline impact up until how long will it take them to get to tertiary education? How much do we need? So that transparency from the very beginning to the end is very important. Yes, so I'll pass it back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Waithera. And for us, we've really cemented on campaign. And I'd like Waithera to share with you just a sample of a campaign that we are currently doing. I don't know if we can be able to have the QR code and scan it. Yeah, so kindly scan that QR code and just check one of our crowdfunding campaign, so that you can understand how clear our messages are and what exactly we are trying to crowdfund for. But before even sharing that and delving into that, I'd like also Waithera to share with you our key elements as an organization that we look for before rolling out a campaign.
Yes. So these days, when it comes to the need for raising money, we think that casting the widest net possible is the most effective way to do it. But I will say that it is a waste of resources and a waste of time. So what we start with is a severe audience and target audience research. We want to know, first of all, what are we fundraising for? How much do we need, and who are we fundraising from? As I've said, our main supporters a lot of the time are within the communities that we work in, and also our friends and families who share messages far and wide. So the platforms that we choose as the campaign that we set up is highly dependent on the people that we're targeting. So for us as Edu Initiative, we have our local grassroots supporters, but then we also have our international supporters. The messaging between the campaign that we show our local supporters and the campaign that we show our international supporters are two very different campaigns rolling over two different periods or two different periods of time, and also currency varies, of course. So if we're doing international clients, we will run a lot of our campaigns via LinkedIn and such professional platforms, because we are targeting organizations, CSOs, NGOs, and also individuals that and foundations that are looking to invest in local grassroots NGOs within here in Kenya. And a lot of those are on those platforms such as LinkedIn. Coming back closer to home, we utilize tools such as WhatsApp, such as Facebook especially. WhatsApp groups, these days communication happens so quickly via WhatsApp group. We will find that these days we even receive breaking news in a lot of WhatsApp groups before we even switch on the TV to see the news. So we like to focus on, because that's where community is, that's where we reach a lot of people. We might not know an entire area, but we know one person that is in one group that has 700 people. So we try to utilize that as much as possible. And context is important. Whenever we are doing our work within Kilifi grounds and talking to the communities there, of course, we speak and tailor our messaging and tone to suit them. Tutaongelesha na Kiswahili, where we can throw in some Higiriama, we'll throw it in there because it brings it a little bit closer to home for them. Then when we go to the international side, the LinkedIn side, it's very polished. There we can even share the dogma and the big words of NGOs and crowdfunding and fundraising. But those things would be irrelevant to somebody in Kilifi interior. They don't know what you're talking about. So to them, we keep it very direct, very straightforward. We relate it to their day-to-day problems that they're seeing on the ground. Because as a person who lives in a particular area in Tuzo, for example, you see how many kids are out of school due to poverty. So tutawaambia tuko na mradi fulani na fulani, tunasaidia hivi na hivi, and we'd like for you to support us. So we receive support in a lot of ways, not just from locals, but also local organizations, the chiefs, teachers, community leaders, even churches. So somebody might help us, not by sending money, but by offering kuleta wamama watatupikia tukifanya mentorship program, for example. That it's still a form of local support that to us, we wouldn't be able to do what we do without that form of support. So it's not only about money, but a lot of these campaigns, especially if you're running them online, the best way they can support you is monetary wise, but it is important, as much as we are centering social media and all forms of media, we have to physically be on the ground. We have to be there. We have to be speaking to them, communicating with them, and working with them every single part of their day so that we are able to create that sort of rapport and relationship. So I'll pass it back to you, Mwende.
Thank you. So you might also be asking yourselves, how do we navigate the ethical line between us sharing those impactful stories to get donations and also maintaining the dignity of those children? So one of the aspects that we really look at is, before even showcasing any story, tunaangalia, kama huyo angekuwa mtoto wangu, really, would I be comfortable to have the information out there as it is? What are the effects? You see, you look at the child in a holistic aspect of it. So, huyu mtoto ako class 7, there is the social aspect, there is the emotional aspect, there is the health and the physical aspect. If I'm able to showcase this story as it is, will I be creating more harm than good, ama will I be helping that community? So for us, we really try to avoid showcasing stories zenye zinaleta shame or emotional damage, because we clearly know that there is no dignity in poverty, there is no dignity in shame. So that is one thing that we do. And something else is consent. We really prioritize consent. I always say consent is as easy as serving tea. Please, before showcasing our watoto wenye wanakulwa na tumainzi, mtoto amerarukiwa na nguo, you should ask yourself, am I creating more harm than good? Ama ni vipi? Then get consent from the parents, get consent from the teachers, and not just consent ya mdomo, hapana. Get a written consent. And that's why in the program development landscape, in the NGO world, we really are so big on safeguarding policy and child protection policy. You know, sometimes we go to the field, we have a very good story, very powerful story, but vile unapiga huyo mtoto picha na unamweka kwa internet, it can even come to damage her later. Remember, we have bullies in school. Umempiga akiwa class 4, amefika adolescent stage, anaanza kuingililiwa na ile photo yenye ulifanya nini? Ulipost. So even ask consent from the child. Ni sawa baba ama ni sawa mama nikikuweka hii kwa social media. If the kid says no, don't. Na msiende tu kupiga picha tu vile watoto wako tu, hapana. No, it's not right. Then something else is involve the parents, involve the community. Right now, I always say in 2026, Africa is our problem. Like Africa is our problem, and it is also our business. So we're not supposed to just showcase the problems out there. You should talk to the community. What kind of things do you want us to showcase so that other people can also learn from you? Because those communities, they have different potential, they have different talents, they have different capabilities. So how are you going to enhance that dignity so that you are able to showcase other communities kwamba community A, in as much as they're really struggling when it comes to matters, educational issues or health issues, they also have their strengths. So that is what we do. And apart from that, we also tag them, tag the parents, tag the community, tag the churches, tag the mosques, so that they can also be able to interact with your posts. And you might be saying, okay, so how are we going to get funding? Kama how donors are only the challenges. We always say we have a bigger story to the challenge. We have the strengths, we have the potential. And even as an organization right now, we are still looking into finding that balance. So it's a collective responsibility, and it's something that we can work together. And so I was having a conversation yesterday, and someone asked, so have you worked with any community media platforms in Kilifi? How have they helped you amplify the impact of your organization? To be very honest with you, we would really love to work with the community media, okay? But now, we only have one issue. We're having honest conversations. So tumesema hivyo, I feel like there is a disconnect between the media space and the program development in the organization space. I think some organization can attest to this. Why? For most organizations, they're sustainable oriented organization. Media wanna report the problem. Organization, they're looking at it as a challenge with a solution. Okay? So if you go to a community and say, hawa watoto hawasomi, umereport tu hivo, have you dug deep to understand kwa nini hawasomi? So for you, you are reporting ile cause tu ya juu, but then you're not delving into the root cause. So that if you're able to do that, you can even attract other organizations zenye wanafanya a good job out there and be able to amplify that strategy. I'm really, really glad to have Shofco here. Shofco has been a very, very great and impactful organization working at the grassroots level. And the reason why I'm saying this is, the media houses, if you are able to amplify the strategies that Shofco are doing, ndio watu wengine waweze kusoma from that, then it will be a plus. Why am I saying this? Umesema mtoto hasomi. Sawa, have you checked what has the government done about it? Kuna organizations that they are doing something about it. Ni vile tu resources ni kidogo. But if you come in as a media house, a community media, you amplify. Shofco wanatumia these strategies. You'll be able to replicate the model that Shofco is using. You'll be able to scale it. We'll be able to have a sustainable community instead of just reporting on the problem. Something else is, utapata media house imepata information kwamba kuna kitu imefanyika wapi mahali fulani. Yeye atakimbia atapata hiyo information. But they're not delving deep into the issue. We always, in the program development landscape, we always look at issues in a design thinking aspect. Kwa nini mtoto ajaenda shule? Kwa sababu mama ana pesa ama baba ana pesa. Kwa nini mama na baba ana pesa? Unajibiwa. So by the time you get to the fifth why, umesha understand the root cause. So what I'm trying to say is that as we highlight our stories, make sure you highlight the solutions alongside the challenges. Then apart from that, let's try to follow up on stories. Mimi personally, nishawai donate kwa a media house kwa sababu they did a follow-up story on a child. Lakini imagine that media house ingekuwa like the follow-up story. So it's very, very important to have the follow-up story, even in the donor space. Mtu atakuuliza, what have you been able to do about it? And you can only be able to share all that if you have a follow-up story. Then it's very important to feature community voices. Look at the solutions zenye hao community members wako nazo. Because right now, we're not creating solutions for the community. We are creating the solutions with the community. And the community members, they have very great, impactful, and effective solutions. So amplify those solutions. Money, then if it's possible, you can also do the same and do your research as well. So, Wetera, karibu.
Thank you so much. I'll go through this very quickly because I'd mentioned some of the platforms that we work with. Sana starting off with WhatsApp. I don't know if you guys understand the power of the app that you probably use the most to talk to your family members. WhatsApp can do very many things for you. It's not just something of liking statuses and telling people good morning, which is very valid, but there's a lot that it can do for you. Reaching people, these days there's what we call communities in WhatsApp. Communities tend to have various groups within them. So you can join a community and find that it has 12 groups. So all the memberships in those groups accumulate to more than 2,000 people within one community. That's the first thing. So starting us off with WhatsApp and then Instagram. Instagram is a way that we reach a lot of the youth, especially some people who could be interested in being volunteers, also LinkedIn. But I'd say Instagram is good because it's a meta platform. So if you happen to run an ad on Instagram, it will show up on Facebook. Potentially, it will show up on all forms of meta platforms. Whether you have an account there or not, whoever is scrolling somewhere will probably see it. So we like to use Instagram because of the access that it gives us to other meta platforms. And then finally, we have LinkedIn, which is probably our biggest one. For us as Edu Initiative, we have been blessed and fortunate enough to have friends of Edu, believers of Edu, who are outside of Kenya. And these are the people that help us fundraise in dollars. And you know what? I usually hear people asking, "Mnapatoanga hawa wazungu wapi kuwapatia pesa?" Let me tell you guys, these are not people that we necessarily attach ourselves to for money. These are actually our friends. When we say friends of Edu, we mean that these are our friends. And they do things, for example, saying, "I can run this campaign for you," out of that aspect of friendship, out of wanting to help us. So it's a very big thing for us to have important relationships with the people that help us to do these things, maintaining longevity and sustainability of that relationship as well. And also another thing that I'd say that's big with these things is having low barrier micro donation options. If you're talking to people to donate, let it be via M-Pesa. Something quick, accessible to everybody. But it doesn't make any sense. We're here, we're saying donate to us via PayPal, donate to us via this. It doesn't make any sense. Conversion rates are also very crazy right now. So to people will be like, asking me for $1 feels like so much right now. So low barrier micro donation options, meaning something like 100 bob, we can just do via WhatsApp. If you want to come by the office, you can give us via cash. However, if we're sending bigger donations, for example, you can still use the M-Pesa payment option, but now we have the aspects such as for if it's coming from an organization, of course, direct bank transfers. But then for our abroad people who donate in dollars, we have platforms such as the GoFundMe and others that I think one day we'll get into.
Yeah, so for crowdfunding platform, we have GoFundMe, we have Kickstarter, and we also have Just Giving. But you will notice that you might try to subscribe to a crowdfunding platform in Kenya, Naikatai, because we have some crowdfunding platform, they have geographical restriction to it. That's why we are saying it's very important to have friends to your organization, friends to your companies, who will help you to cement a crowdfunding platform in their area, and they'll be able to fundraise it for you. And apart from that, I always say that your audience is your most generous resource you'll ever have. If people are able to resonate with your work, if people are able to resonate with your craft and they get that emotional connection to it, they'll be able to fundraise. If I tell you right now, we have support members from our community, Kilifi County, chief, local people donating on a monthly basis because they are able to see the impact, you won't believe it, and they do it diligently. So make sure that whatever your craft is, cement it well in a way that there will be emotional connection with your audience. And apart from that, I always say, sometimes you need to use money to get money. Subscribe to those investor pitch events. And when you're in the investor pitch event, I'll give you an example of one called Meetup, MEETUP, it's free. But if you want a premium version, it's about 200 shillings per month, 300 shillings per month. So if you're in those investor pitch events and you're in a round table, teach yourself how to do an elevator pitch. 5 minutes. Ongea na mtu hapo, mwambie, this is what I do, this is the impact, this is my vision. But you're not asking for money from that platform. You're asking that person to come to you, to have a feel of what you do, to experience first-hand experience, or rather have hands-on experience with what you do, so that they can be able to interact with your impact. And by so doing, you'll be able to have volunteers coming in, and they'll be bringing expertise and technical support. And apart from that, they will also help you open those crowdfunding platforms in the maybe in global north areas. And also, just to give an example, we use that particular option, and we got volunteers from the Nordic region. They came in, they were able to offer technical support to us, matters finance, policies, and they were able to cement our structure as well. And they even opened crowdfunding platforms, and right now they're crowdfunding for us. And apart from that, they invite us to their country to do promotional fundraising in events, in churches, because as we pitch, we get more people resonating with what we do, and they are able to feel that particular impact. So basically, that's what we do. Simple, but very strategic. So that's what we have for today. I'm going to take this opportunity to welcome any questions. And maybe you can also share with us what other crowdfunding platforms you use, so that you can leverage on that.
Wow, isn't that not insightful? I am equally learning. Are you guys learning? Any response, question? Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you very much for taking us through your presentation on crowdfunding and all that. Mine is just to know how is your structure? How are you structured, and do you pay some taxes to government and all that?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay.
My question is, how do you structure the fundraising on like WhatsApp groups? If it's a community, to just write a nini and just put it there and then start getting money, or how do you go about it?
Swali langu ni kwamba kwanza tunashukuru Edu Initiative kwa mradi mzuri katika jamii ambao mnafanya. Swali la kwanza ni kwamba mnakabiliana aje pia ama mnashughulikia aje kitu kinaitwa stigma au nyanyapaa, kwa sababu unapata kwa mfano county ambao natoka West Pokot tunapata bado kuna watoto ambao wanafichwa kwa sababu ya zile changamoto ambazo mmezitaja, na wataki kuzungumza kabisa, wanasema hiyo si yetu, labda Western ama wanataja kule kwingine. Pili, sijui pia mko na mpango gani kuhakikisha kwamba si Kilifi pekee, mnafikia pia kaunti zingine na huu mradi ili tuweze kusaidia jamii kwa pamoja. Alafu tatu, mkazungumza kwamba kuhusiana labda na kufanya kazi na wanahabari. Sijui kama pia mtafanya kazi na hawa community radio stations, labda waripoti ili kuangazia haya maswala, tuachane na siasa sana, itakuwa vizuri. Sijui pia mko na mpango gani kwa ushirikiano na AGJK. Asante.
Subalheri. Jina langu ni Faima Ibrahim na swali moja. Ningependa kuwauliza, je, mshawahi fanya kazi na redio za jamii na vile mlifanya na hao wali impact kazi yenu?
Yes, you can respond to those questions.
Okay, thank you so much for those questions. I think I'll start with the structure on campaigns in terms when it comes to WhatsApp communities and groups specifically. And there's certain things that we keep in mind when we are working with or working on WhatsApp. The first one being that you probably want to have more posters and images with caption as opposed to long form messages. Nobody reads paragraphs, especially qua groups. So a captivating poster, very clear tagline, showing us the goals that and what we are working towards and what that campaign is going towards is the first thing. So having a poster will work better than having those long form messages. Alafu tena, for us as Edu Initiative, because we are so present on the ground in the spaces where we are active in, which is Kilifi County, we have, through those relationships that we've formed with local community leaders and key community players, we have access to these platforms. So these groups on WhatsApp, those communities and groups, hautaweza kuzipata if you're trying to work on an impact project in Kilifi when you're in Nairobi. You simply have to be present. And that is what has given us access to these communities. Na ni mingi sana, guys. It can be for any small thing. Ni wewe ujue how you're going to phrase yourself. We have certain communities that have guidelines. For example, you'll be told that on Fridays is when we post promotional things. So if you're running a campaign, if you're doing something, post it on Friday, not on Wednesdays, not on Mondays, and things like that. So setting up these relationships on the ground for community, local players to give us access. Now, utapata our local players, the teachers, the churches, the local leadership, the admins in these communities, the moderators in these communities and groups on WhatsApp. So access to those groups is 100% reliant on the relationships that we've formed. Saa zingine utapata a project that you're working on is the formation of a new group, of a new community in itself. So for example, if we create a community edu partnerships program or something, that's a community. In that group, in that community, tutakuwa na group ya Kibaoni, tutakuwa na group ya Tuzo, for example, tutakuwa na group ya different places. So the locals can also find these groups. Of course, we'll be adding them when we're talking to them or we're telling them that these spaces exist. And na utapata pia, that is where we find the potential people that we can work with. Mtoto kwambia, nimesomea psychology, ningetaka mkifanya mentorship program moja, mniite niongee na wanafunzi. That is how we have raised our social capital personally. And then now to address the question on stigma, I want to take you back to what I shared when it comes to giving these recipients back their power and autonomy as people. Because the stigma happens because, one, they are ashamed of their poverty, and two, they have taken on poverty as their only identity. Do you understand? So stigma inakuja kama they are ashamed of that poverty, but then it's the one, hiyo pekee ndo wanajua. Hiyo pekee ndo wana identify nayo, their identity has been rooted in that. So we deal with stigma, first of all, by reducing shame when it comes to poverty. you know, we deal with very young kids, but in the best of my ability, I try to tell them that poverty is not a personal failure, it's a systemic problem. Yes, it's not you. You have been born here in these circumstances, in these issues, but this systemic problem has been here for a very long time. So poverty is not a personal failure, and also it's not something that has to be their entire lives. That is why we're trying to change their story. But also that's why when we give back this ability for them to do their own storytelling, unawaambia okay, tumesikia uko na umaskini, uko na shida, uko na nini, but what else do you have? Do you play something? Do you have any talents, any form of arts? So teach, so ni one thing kuwapatia opportunity, but also through our mentorship programs we teach them the power. Kuna kitu tunafunzanga inaitwa the power of personal mythology. Your mythology is your story. Can you may believe that will be your life until the day you leave this earth? So teaching them the power of their own personal mythology, the story that they tell about themselves, goes a long way in addressing stigma. And also understanding that poverty as itself is not a problem that imekusumbua we peke yako because you did something and you earned poverty. It is not a punishment of something. That's the state of the system that you have been born in. So our small efforts that we do, they contribute to forming solutions, long-term solutions to a systemic issue. So I'll give Mwende to answer the rest.
Yes, we are taxed. We're not tax exempt. In as much as we are having donations, the surplus is taxed. And with the donor shift right now, we also making money in the organization. For example, we do consultancy work for matters program development and grassroots development. We also do mentorship program. For example, if you have an organization and you want us to come and do mentorship for you, you'll have to chip in something. So that amount of money is paid. And because of that, the social enterprise bit, we for the donor aspect where, for example, if a donor is not able to give you grants today, will the organization be able to continue or it will die? So we have to make money also as an organization, and that money is definitely taxed. Yes, we would like to work with radio station. Like I had shared, we have not worked with any yet, but we are open to working with as many radio stations as possible so that we're able to amplify the impact, so that we're able to amplify our sustainable proven model and track, and so other people can be able to replicate the same and scale it on a wider aspect. Then how to be in another county? We're a community-based organization. We're restricted geographically. So right now our programs are cemented in Kilifi County. However, we do work with other organizations in various counties who replicate our model. So maybe you can talk to us later and see which county you're in, then we can have a conversation after.
Let's give them a better round of applause. Okay. Do we have any other question? 1, 2. Okay.
Well, good morning. My name is Mercy Tyra. Now, I have maybe some 2 questions. One, we've seen so many initiatives and so many groups that come up to with good agendas like yours, but sometimes it reaches a place where they forget what they started with, okay? Hapo ndo unasikia walianza na roho akamaliza na mwili or whatever they say, all right? But sometimes they start it up well, and when the donors come, it turns that maybe they become scammers along the way, or they, they become not transparent to their donors and sponsors and supporters. So what do you do as an initiative to just remain relevant and true, especially to those staunch supporters, staunch sponsors, and maybe donors who have come on board? And secondly, how do you define poverty? Because in Kenya, we've seen so many children missing the opportunity because of the act of not defining poverty well, particularly on initiatives like yours. We've also seen even in the government, how do we call this thing? This education thing that they give. Bursaries, yes. We cannot identify who needs the bursary and who doesn't. So for you as an initiative, how do you do that to ensure that poverty is well defined and the right people get the right donors?
Thank you.
My question will be, I'm certain that you've seen there is a shrinking of funding, especially on matters civil and political rights. So I volunteer at a community-based organization, and mostly we've seen that donors are shying away from funding, especially on matters police brutality. So for an organization like Mukuru Community Justice Center, working on matters that maybe the state is maybe framing it to be like terrorism, what will be the best or what will be your recommendation in terms of us fundraising?
Sorry, one last one, then you can respond.
I had something from Mutinda. You said that media only reports about the problems. I think when you follow up more of what the media does, the solutions journalism, you will find stories that are trying to bring what is being in the community. There's also something about feature stories you've mentioned and also follow-up stories. All these are done. I think when you change the mindset that media only reports about the problem, you'll see the feature stories that we report. And if you feel that there's a gap there, I think you can partner with AGJK and train these journalists on how to maybe do stories or do feature stories, follow-up stories, and also solutions journalism in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Quite insightful, and that's why we are here actually, to network and see how best we can turn our individual efforts into collective responsibility. So thank you for that. I'm gonna answer the bursary issue. So for us, we ensure that we cement our sustainability from onset. Our programs are community-led, and there is ownership from it, because our local administrators are the ones who are spearheading those programs. From entrepreneurial development, the local administrators are doing that. The teachers on the mentorship program. So for us, we do not have like a direct participation to the program, but who is spearheading that? The local people, the local administrators and the local community. So if you're able to cement sustainability from onset, then you'll not have issues when it comes to identifying the bursaries, nani anapewa, nani hapewi. And for us, we are able to identify the right people because the teachers know ni watoto wangapi wanakosa kukuja shule kwa sababu wanakosa school fees. And apart from that, we also get insights from the chief, and we also do baseline survey and background check to understand what is the level of poverty. And like you just asked, poverty, we look at it holistically. The health aspects, the economic, or rather the income household in that particular family. How much are they earning? For example, you might find a family is earning 200 shillings a day, and they have average children 5 to 7. They have to eat. They have to go to school. There is the health aspect. So there is a thin line between, should I take care of the education support of my child, or should I fend for the basic needs of my family? So that also informs how we define our poverty.
So I'd like to build on what Mwende has shared, because when you're dealing with this sort of work and when you're in this line of work, I mean, who doesn't want to be helped? You know, if we look at it from that perspective, everybody is poor. I don't know about you guys. Today I could do with a 100,000 from a donor, and it would be very helpful to me. Do you understand? But we have different levels of need, and we have a multidimensional definition when it comes to poverty. So we don't just look at it as lack of cash income. So we define poverty for us as access to existing resources, especially education, but you will find that education is very much affected by access to healthcare as well. So we'll probably touch on that, where if we have a recipient within our program and they get severely unwell or something like that, we can see what we can best do to support them. We might not pay their full medical bill, but at least half if we can. So we have different forms of resources that cuts across. We won't just focus on low cash income. And you had also asked how we stay rooted in the vision. Because a lot of organizations do start like this, and then they end up being tunaoshwa in real time, where you give money and it's not used the way it's supposed to be used. So for us, and for me, I'll also say the reason why I felt very confident joining the Edu Initiative team is that the team, or that Edu Initiative, what we do is mostly the execution. But the people who keep us accountable the most are the people that we work with, the locals. If you want accountability to our work, speak with local NGOs and CSOs, speak with local churches, speak with local schools. We don't even have to talk for ourselves. They will tell you the impact that the work Edu Initiative is doing. So we try to distribute accountability. There's something we call these days the CSRs, that we do, collective social responsibility. For us, we have collective social accountability. Accountability is not just for us as Edu Initiative. The people that we work with can very easily tell you, Edu Initiative, ask for money, does that money work? They will tell you. So it's not just about us. We would even be very happy. That's why we do the participatory storytelling. The children themselves, the women themselves that are impacted, the families that are impacted, they tell the story of accountability on our behalf. And I think that is the power of grassroots organizing and programming in any capacity.
Amazing. Let's give them a round of applause. Let's be upstanding. We really appreciate the insights. And I am sure in as much as they are sharing about what they're doing in the organizations, these are practices that we can also adapt into our institutions. And some of my key takeaway, as I've mentioned, there's currently a shift in donor funding. And relations are built on human-centered approach. Let the donor understand exactly what you're doing. Be clear, be straight, report on the impact, and also participatory storytelling. Don't just tell your story, but allow your beneficiaries or your participants to equally tell their story. At this point, I'd like to invite the team lead for AGJK, Mr. Dennis, to invite a guest that we have, then we break for tea. Pigie Dennis makofi.
Jambo. Energy levels zimeshuka? Tutaka tuzipandisha in a few, si ndio? So we have some delays kidogo, but we need to have Victor Bwire talk to us for a few minutes. And I think these are topics that most of us really want to hear from Victor Bwire. So this time I want to invite Victor Bwire, who is the Director, Media, Trainer and Development at the Media Council of Kenya. Tumpigie makofi jamani.
Jambo tena. Quickly, my name is Victor Bwire, OGW. I'm a Director of Media Training and Development at the Media Council of Kenya. And once in a while I deputize the CEO. So, now quickly, I was telling Ruben that when we come for conferences and meetings, we do everything and forget and start crying about time. So if somebody asks us what we are doing between 8 and 10, there's nothing. But all of a sudden, we have no time. And that's what brought us. So we have no time for the discussions. But that's now, sometimes when you bring people to Mombasa, people think it's a holiday. So they start calling Voi, Mutatuandea, and Mombasa, and they are in Voi. So Dennis asked me to talk about media, democracy, and access to information. Now, quickly, I think we start from the word, are we the voice of the voiceless? Because that's what the media journalists claim. Sure. The first thing, and which I'm very honest, I say, media is not journalism, and journalism is not media. We must be very clear, because people keep on mixing. And they tell you the role of media is to inform, educate, and entertain. Right, sure. That's the work of the media, to inform, educate, and entertain. But that's not the work of a journalist. Sure. Your work as a journalist is not to entertain people. It's not. So when I hear journalists competing with the comedians that wanachukua kazi zetu, then I find that guy is already misplaced. Because a comedian kazi yake ni kuchekesha watu, sio? But kazi ya waandishi wa habari si kuchekesha watu. That's not your business. Ama? And so we must separate the role of media and the role of journalists. That's why Media Council accredits journalists, not media. It's very deliberate. We accredit you to go and practice in whichever media, sure? Whether you have a YouTube, whether you have a radio, whether that's your business. We don't accredit. So we accredit as an individual, a professional person involved in news production. Sure. And if you read the Media Council Act, because these are the discussions we are having, when people say we should regulate bloggers, we regulate blogs, we regulate online, but that are involved in the production of news, not just everything. The Media Council only deals with news. And you look at the Oxford University Dictionary, what news is. Sure. Lawrence, what is it? Because these are factual things. Oxford University Dictionary, news is something unusual. Sure. Something that has just happened for the first time. Oddity, sex, news. Sure. That's what news. It's not these other things we do. And they say, I'm involved in news. So again, you must be sure what you are doing, because that also helps you to focus on what you are doing. Journalists, your work largely is one, analyze things. Sure. You analyze trends and help people understand. You put meaning to things. You listen to a budget speech for an hour, figures, huge figures. As a journalist, then you make your followers and audience understand that bei ya sigara na mafuta ndio imepanda, sio? Ama? I mean, so your work is not a pipeline to reproduce. And the body said they have increased with 2% and 2% on fuel. That's useless. Nobody has any interest in that. What I have interest in is the 2% means what in my life. Sure. That's what I'm interested in. So that's the work of a journalist, not media. Media can give body to say I've increased with 10% without adding a word. That's media. But you as a journalist, you make sense of those. Sure. Most of you work in FM stations. Most, not all. News averagely in an FM station is 3 minutes. Sure. Averagely, it's 3 minutes. But you listen to how many people in a day? How many press conferences? 50 or 60. How do they fit in the 3 minutes for your news? If you're a dumb person, can you do that? So again, many of us misuse our pens, microphones, and say, journalism ni kazi rahisi, sio? And they say, nipatie dakika mbili malize ya story. You even call it a story yourself. Kama umedharau kazi yako, who will respect it? Sio? So many of you do not know that the pen, the recorder, the camera is mightier than the gun. Many of you don't. Kwa hivyo ukishapewa tu kalamu, unajiita mwandishi wa habari, basi maisha yako imeishia hapa. 3/4 of your time is extorting people, sio? Vile utawaulia, vile utaua story, hiyo nitaua. Kazi ya mwandishi kuua stories. Kazi ya mwandishi ni kutoa stories. Sio? So if you walk around collecting money from people, vile utawaulia story, then you are an extortionist, not a journalist. Hey. Because many of you work with a pen and a radio and a recorder to extort, to kill stories. Instead of helping people to learn more. And you kill democracy. So many of you use the media negatively to kill stories, to kill information, to deny access to information to our listeners. Lakini huku nje tunasema vile sisi ni waandishi wa habari. So rethink. Even your character. How many of you without using my notebook za hii room, this hotel, notebooks, how many of you had a pen and a notebook? Yenye ulitoka nayo nyumbani. At least 3 out of a room of. And we call ourselves journalists, sio? Jembe ya mwandishi wa habari ni recorder, kalamu na, sio? Ama some of you even lie how they are using their phones. Sio? So tunaanzia hapo. The role of media in democracy just starts like that. That who are these people? Sio? So you interpret trends, you help people get to know what is happening. It's now media intelligence. There's a lot of information. Journalists know that. Even the media owners will not know. So those are the issues that we must be clear. Media plays a different role. Journalists play a different. But journalists work through media. And not all people who work in media are journalists. That's why UNESCO is very clear in the definition. It talks about journalists, media workers, media practitioners. They're all their content creators, whatever, because they work in the media. But each has a different role. So again, decide where you belong. Because if you are working in the newsroom is kutengenezea watu chai, you work in the media. So you are a media worker. Because you work in the media, it's true. If you are a driver, you are a zero. But that doesn't make you a ama. Clarity. If you are covering the governor as a journalist, you are a journalist, you are not the governor. Because a number of you start behaving like governors. Umekaba tu governor mara mbili tatu, you are now behaving like a governor. Tuliona wengine walienda kupigana kwa Matiang'i usiku. Umekaba source, paka unaanza kuimagine source ni wewe, sasa unaenda kwa source kula. Unaanza kupigana kwa gate, ati wamekataza kuingiza kwa gate. Why would you go to eat dinner in a private person's residence? Tena unapigana kwa gate. Ndio. Because you covered Matiang'i, now you start to behave like Matiang'i's son and daughter. You are not. So those are issues. Even as we talk about participation, audience participation in our story, at what level? If you go and get somebody sick, unatumia radio kumchangia pesa, sio? Ako na cancer, whatever, and you doing a great job. But sasa M-Pesa yake ikishajaa unasema sasa vile M-Pesa imejaa waweke kwa yangu. Tutaona mbele mbele. Program ikisha unatoroka na pesa ya mgonjwa. Ndio. Tumeallow audience participation, lakini your interest was ama, and we are seeing that. That's what we are doing. That we are utilizing our position to enrich ourselves, is forgetting that journalism is a public good. Journalism is a public good. So for journalism to play any role in democracy, as the topic says, the people who practice in the profession must first of all accept, to know their role, that the pen, paper, kalamu, recorder is mightier than the gun. You must appreciate the fact that journalists are agents of social change. When we say journalists are voice of voiceless, lakini we program zako kama rafiki yangu hapa, stories zako zote ni kwa governor na president ni waandikanga. Watu wako voiceless. Is the president voiceless? Is the governor voiceless? So huku tunatembea tukisema sisi ni sauti ya wanyonge. Lakini Lawrence zote ni kwa achani, governor Kwale, lakini anasema ni sauti ya wanyonge. Sasa governor ni mnyonge. That's what we do. We are saying we are the voice of the voiceless. But at the same time, there's no story from the voiceless I've ever covered in your story. So zako zote ni MCA, governor, president, sio? So, but you are saying you are the voice of, I mean, don't you think your thinking is warped if you think a governor or a president is voiceless? Unaandika hata story unamtag. Hata wewe ukifanya hiyo na Hussein anafanya kazi gani State House? Sio? Kila mtu afanye kazi yake, sio? Mmoja ya Hussein ya State House wafanye yao. Because there's a reason, and especially you grassroots journalists or community media at large. Remember even the history of how community media started. See, volunteering, giving space for communities to air out, see, participate and give their voice. But many of us, stories 8, how many of us invite somebody from the community in our stories? So where is the democracy here? You are promoting democracy. See, how many of you? What on elites? See, our news is largely elites. MCS, trade unions, religious leaders, sio? Ndio wao tunaleta kwa programs. Community tunasema hawajui kuongea, hawajui maswala. Yet there was traditional knowledge. Even on climate change, even on all these things we do, kuzaa, kuzalisha, sio? So kulikuwa na wamama walikuwa wanafanya hizo vitu. Traditional knowledge existed and exists. But right now, you want to bring Victor who has no idea on climate change. But because he works in the media council, umeshamleta. Sasa discussion ni mimi nafikiria sasa huyo mtu anasaidia jamii aje mwenye anawaza hata ajui in all the discussion ni I think but huyo ndiye anakula masaa mawili kwa radio station yenyu, lakini mnasikia vizuri vile unachangia, una help them with democracy. If you bring somebody misinformed on a topic to come and take your 4 hours, sio? Ama music yenye mnacheza ni gani? Manyake all sizes, manyake all sizes. 4 hours. But where you are, you think you are doing democracy in our community. Who is a democrat? Sio? So you guys, you are the people, sio? You are the presenters, you are the program controllers, you are the journalists, you are everything. Does the music you play, does the programs you bring, does the people you bring in the program help in expanding space for our people, your listeners, or audience, or you have also become part of the elite? Sio? Many of you hata nani rafiki yangu Beru hapo. Yo nyote mmehamia wapi? 3/4 of you are from Nairobi, by the way. I can see. Mmehamia Runda, mnakaa nyumba watu 17, mnachanga ili uonekane unakaa Runda. Ama Kiembeni ama Nyali, sio? Mnachanga. Mmetoroka watu, sio? Mko elites. Because for you to do a story of democracy or grassroots, you must be staying there. Lakini kama umehama because sisi tukifanya waandishi, by the way, I have 4 degrees in journalism and I've worked in all these media houses. He knows, she knows. The last station I worked for was the Nation Media Group, was an undercover journalist for 3 years. And we used to say where? Soweto, Kayole. The biggest journalist in Nairobi at that time, ule kabisa wa juu, walikuwa wanakaa Donholm na Buguru. Huko ndio wanapanda matatu ina forward inaitwa forward traveler. Unaibiwa. Ndio kuwe na story ya kuandika reel. Hapo ndio unaongea democracy hawa, sio? Utembee paka Mudhuru upande matatu. Hapo ushaibiwa simu, umeibiwa. So you have a real story to say. Si story tunapata kwa YouTube. Sio? Ama ni wrong. Hapo matatu siku hizi kila mtu ni Uber. Utasikiaje udaku? Matatu ndio ziko na udaku, taxi drivers. Ndio wako na udaku, sio? Ama lakini wewe uko kwa Uber peke yako. Some of you have even mnakaa kwa madeni, mnaendesha magari yenu lakini kwa madeni. Mwingine yameshikwa na gari mwandishi hapa Mombasa. Gari inapatikana inatafutwa na Interpol, ni ya wizi ilibo. Na mwandishi anang'ang'ana naye anatuingia bila yako na gari. Sisi tulikuwa tunapanda matatu ama forward travel ama umoina. Sio? Hapo unasikia sto? Those are the grassroots stories. How will you know the challenges Mama Mboga is facing? How will you know the MCA is inaccessible to the voters? Sio? If you are not there. So, are we playing any role in democracy? Sio? Access to information. Where do you get information? Many of you here, if I checked in your 254 numbers, Safaricom huwa nakupatia namba ngapi? 254, sio? Safaricom phone book. Phone book yako iko na simu gani? Ukiweka kwa contact list ya Safaricom ni 254, sio? Hata hiyo tujui. Unless you save in Google, if you are saving in Google, you can go up to 4,000. But if you are using contact list ya Safaricom, 254, that's the maximum. Now, kwako kwa hiyo 254, 3/4 hiyo number ni relatives, wale mlisoma nao nursery, and hakuna source. Utakuwaje mwandishi mwenye huna source? Sio? Where do you get, because access to information, where do you get your stories from? If you are doing a story on climate change, on carbon credits, whatever story you are working on, who is your source? Duru za kuaminika. Hiyo ndio story. Sources close to source. Highly placed sources. Huko juzi ni Mungu tu ako uliongea na Mungu lini. So how do you access information you have no sources? Sio? For a journalist, the biggest investment is your sources. That's your biggest investment, because that's how you get information. But many of us, simesema namba ni anti zako, sijui na nani umejaza namba na primary school associate, sijui ni nani na nini, wedding bride, sijui ingine umeweka plumber, ingine umeweka sijui. Hauna source, hata story unaandika. Utapromote aje democracy if your source of information ni duru za kuaminika? Which democracy? Sindio? So we must go to the basics. If I'm doing a story on climate change, I must look for sources who are experts in climate change. That's how then I allow my audience to get quality information. But ukienda kwa MCA majority leader, you are doing a serious story on food security, na umeenda kwa majority leader MCA. How does he add value kwa hiyo story yako, sio? Story yenyewe hata usemi ilifanywa wapi, sio? Story ya kurevive. Kuna watu wanarudia story mara 4, wengine ya November last year. Na hiyo sasa wasemi talking to journalists in an unknown location. Where? Kumbe ni story umerevive ya last year. Hiyo democracy gani tuna promote? So critically, we have a big role, journalists. And we tell you, some of us were involved in journalism that changed communities. And we work and we are happy that while people give millions in Harambee, sio? Wengine wako na hizo za wash, wengine wako na nini. Wewe ulichangia na kalamu yako ama na rekoda yako, ukafanya story, ikabadilisha jamii yako, sio? That's why they said in journalism, a byline ni kama gold kwako, sio? Byline. Wewe, mimi ndio nilifanya story fulani, sio? But many of us, we care. We do return to sender journalism, sio? Press release ikitoka KPA, wewe unatoa tu jina ya KPA na logo, unaweka yako pale. Story inarudi, return to sender, sio? Lakini unasema vile, leo nimechapa kazi bwana, hata nimefanya story 4. Kutoa tu jina yako, kutoa logo ya KPA na kuweka jina yako, ati hiyo ndio kazi umefanya the whole day. Lakini umejiita mwanzilishi gwiji, sio? Ama ukitembea unaambia watu mnyamaze bwana, waandishi ukiongea mnyamaze. Wewe mwenyewe hakuna kitu. Hata story yako saa zingine inakuwa edited, wakikurudishia ujui kama ni wewe uliifanya, sio? Other than your name, hata hakuna. Hiyo ndio waandishi tunafanya saa hii. The worst that is happening is now with the AI, sio? Technology facilitated journalism. That people have just given up in life. Sasa wanasema tu, mimi nadunga tu AI story inatoka yenyewe. Lakini huyo mtu asubuhi kwake anaamka, anapiga mswaki, anavaa smart, anabeba notebook, hata anaenda kazini. Kufika kazini ni kutafuta story ya AI. Si ulale tu nyumbani. Sio? How will we contribute to democracy when we are depending on AI and other facilitated content? Yet you know very well, AI only is an aggregation of content done by somebody else. You are stealing somebody's content. And you are very proud. Sure. How will we help in democracy if we are depending on stories generated elsewhere which are full of manipulation, misinformation, and wrong data? Sure. How will we help? And especially now with an election, you saw what just happened in the election, where everybody is reading their own results, everybody is reading their own candidate, kila mtu ni returning officer. Na waandishi pia tuko hapo, tuna pick story, tunasema forwarded as received, sio? Kwa WhatsApp, very lazy, forwarded as received, forwarded from where? The principal work of a journalist is verification of information. Verify, verify, and verify. Sisi tuna verify, ni forwarded as received, sio? We have been clowning voices of people who never attended a meeting. Unadunga. Kazi yako kuisha. Are we playing any role in democracy? Zero. When we have a news bulletin of 3 minutes, most of the FM stations, unazunguka. Wewe story yako inakuwa 1 second, lakini jina unadanganya watu. Victor Bwire, useless. You are making noise for people. Yes, not your name. You are wasting precious time to manipulate even your own name at Victor Bwire. Is that even your name? You are even lying to your audience. That is not your name. You are wasting precious time to educate people. So the story, your name, your manipulated name is longer than the story you did. Are we playing any role in democracy? We are wasting people's time. Well, we are wasting people's time. Because your manipulated name is longer than the article you did. So but we are very proud. We are playing a role in democracy. Which democracy? Sometimes we even do stupid mistakes like saying my names are. Your name is. You cannot be my names are. So please, let's use it as the role. Media plays a very big role in access to information, and you are aware studies have been done. Media plays a very big role in a democracy because media is a platform. The word a marketplace of ideas started like that, the libertarian theory of the media. Media is a marketplace of ideas. You bring guests who talk about serious things, then your audience speaks what they think is helpful to them. So that's how the libertarian theory of the media started, a big role in democracy, that you provide a platform for people to discuss issues, national issues, grassroots issues that are affecting them, to enable one, help them understand what is going on, make decisions. And now we are talking about constructive journalism, solution-based journalism. Some of you are students in solution-based journalism. People are moving away from the UK adversarial journalism, where a man bites a dog. Where the governor said it rained, and the senator said it did not rain. Reporting it up. The governor said it rained yesterday. The senator refuted. Na wewe mwandishi uliona nini? Sasa ile governor anasema it rained na senator anasema it did not rain. Wewe mwandishi uliona nini? See, there's something you saw, Kama. So why do you reduce yourself to just playing against people? The governor said it rained. The senator refuting. Tena kesho kutwa wiki moja umefanya story moja unagonganishana jija senator na governor. Senator na what did you see as a journalist? Did it rain or not? You are a person who are going to school. Uko na macho. Mvua kama ilinyesha si hata wewe uliona. Kama iponyesha. Why? And that's how we have reduced ourselves in the journalism. Ya kuplayisha watu against. And in areas like Marsabit, where my colleague used to work for many years, once you start that politics, conflicts will never leave us. You are just playing a community against this community. I was trying to see somebody struggling from Kilifi. Anybody from Kilifi? Uliona story ya brother Kingi? Kingi's brother, King is the governor, former governor and the speaker of the Senate. The brother, who is a very learned person, applied for a job in CRC and got a job. So the story has remained King's brother. King's brother, hata jana akiapishwa alisema King's brother being sworn in. Huyu jamaa alisoma tu ako na jina yake, makosa yake ni kuwa brother ya Kingi. Akipata kadi sasa inakuwa Kingi's brother. Ni kama Kingi amempatia ile kadi. Sio? Is that right? Are you being fair to that guy? You remember when Kabando's brother killed the mother? Theuri killed mama yao akaua. The story was Kabando's brother kills mother. Huyu jamaa ni Theuri, si abebe jina yake, ameua mama yake. Why are you dragging in Kabando? And that's most of the time what we do. We drag innocent relatives into stories that have nothing to do with. Sio? And that's how tunagonganisha. You see now what is happening with the Oburu and Raila. Every media is trying to create a rift between Winnie and Jaoko. Sio? You have seen people trying to really create how the Railas are fighting to retain and the Oburus bring the son, Jaoko. Wewe mwenyewe hujai kanyaga hata Bondo ujui huko. Hii vitu yote unatuandikia si fiction, uliyefika huko Lindi. Hata Jaoko mwenyewe, you have never sat with him on a table. But you are writing to her an analysis of how Jaoko and Winnie are supposed to be fighting. Sio? Unaona mtu anaandika story hapa, kulikuwa na kiulipuzi wapi Lamu, sio? I mean, fictures. It happened. Unasikia na ndugu yangu ushajua hivi. Unasikia inahofiwa Waislamu mwenye itikadi kali. Sasa wewe uko Nairobi. Kilipuzi imefanyika Lamu. Ulifika Lamu aje hata ukapimba mpaka itikadi ya huyo suspect. Ulifika huko saa ngapi? You are writing your own things in imagination, unataka kutuambia ni story. Wewe ulifikaje Lamu ukajua hata ni Muislamu, hata ako na itikadi kali, wewe ulijuaje? Mahali hujaenda. Sio? Wengine wetu tumekuwa maskini kama mimi. Sasa ukiona matajiri yake na Joho unaandika story na machungu, unaita mabwenyenye manini. Wacha watu wakule raha yao. Wewe kama uko na maskini, ng'ang'ana na hali yako, sio? You cannot use your old, your former, your personal suffering ulazimishie watu wengine. Sio? Kama wewe mlikozana na boyfriend ama gari. Don't say how all men are bad. Say my man is bad. For my woman is bad. But this thing of generalizing, sio? Stereotyping. Wewe unasema ati wewe hujaishi huko, unasema ati wapwani hawafanyagi kazi ya dali. Wewe ulishaishi nao? Wewe watu hujui. The best you have come here ni conference na ukakuja Pride na ukapanda SGR ukarudi Nairobi. Wewe ulijuaje ni walezi? Huko hapo So, you know, we are people who have gone to school, and we cannot, as media, continue stereotyping people, generalizing people, things that we have no real evidence about, but unasema watu fulani, sio? It's wrong. It can be along religious line, ethnic line, whatever line. It's wrong to stereotype people, to generalize people, sio? About the people we don't know. That's how we'll allow media to play a role in democracy. And the media has a role, a big role, elections imeisha, mmeona, civic education, sio? We must educate our people on how to vote. Who is a good candidate, who is a bad candidate, by focusing on the substance of things, not the game of strategy. Sio? If you looked at the 4 by-elections that have just ended, we saw a lot of dancing more than discussion of what the candidates meant. Sio? The fire, see fire, fire, see fire. Mara sijui what, you know, there's nothing. You are not allowing even the media to tell the candidate, huyu candidate wangu ni fulani, anasimamia maswala. Ama, we need to hear the substance of the election, not the game of strategy, the dancing. Sio? Na kula maamuri, sijui watu wanaamuka asubuhi wakienda kwa hoteli kula amuri, maamuri, hiyo ndio news. Unaonyesha mtu mwenye hajawahi kula maamuri anakula Christmas 24th peke yake. Sio? So we have a bigger role in civic education. Watchdog. Look, as a watchdog, even at that lower level, what are the local leaders, the MCAs, the chiefs doing for the community? Sure. That's how we are helping our people to get involved in governance and development issues. By allowing them their voice, sure, to be heard on issues that are important. But how many of us are still watchdogs? Hapa. In Kenya, we have 3. We have watchdogs. We still have serious journalists who are doing wonderful work. And you know it. Some of you know yourselves. Sio? Lakini kuna kategori mbili pia imekuja. Watchdog, kuna ingine inaitwa lapdog, na kuna guard dog. Sasa lapdog ni wale wanatembelea lap, as the word lap. Wamejificha kwa mapaja ya sources. Wako huko ndani lakini waandishi wa habari. For them to do a story paka waulize source, tuandike nini hapa? Ni gani tuandike? Sio? They are laps, wamejificha kwa laps. And a number of us here are lap dogs. We rarely write anything. Sio? Sasa wabaya kabisa ni guard dogs. Guard from the word guard. Umbwa kwa gate. Hata ukiingia ukitoka news field ukiingia kwa uko na story gani? Uko na story gani? Hao kazi yao ni kuulizia watu yao baraka wao, sio? Wanaenda mpaka kwa system kuangalia stories zenye ziko kwa system wa clean, wa delete. They have reduced themselves into guard dogs. And a number of you are. Ndio hao wanatembea na kalamu na hazina battery, hazina nini. Anaekea mtu anaongea kama mate inatoka kumbe hiyo kitu haina battery hata. Kazi yao ni kucollect, sio? Wanatoa ushuru. Muingie KRA department, KRA mwatafutie ushuru au anawapatia commission. Mtoke kwa media. Mnatuharibia jina, si ndio? Hawa kuzunguka na kucollect. Unaleta program mtu unamwambia mdosi, hii ungetoa 80,000 lakini mimi wewe mtu yangu nipatie tu 20 kupatie free. Na hiyo ni news item. We don't charge for editorial news items, sio? You know it. So when you bring people and lie to them that wewe nitakufanyia mtu yangu toa tu 20. 20 yenyewe haifiki kwa station, haifiki kwa muni, hiyo ni rent yako. How will you be contributing to democracy? Sio? So a number of us have made media not participate and play a role in democracy. Not the media has no problem itself, but the people, the practitioners, have made it difficult for you to appear in a radio, TV station nowadays. Is how much you can pay. Siku hizi si ati your knowledge. Sasa yuko mtu kama nani rafiki yangu sitamsema hapa nishtaki. Hako lawyer mmoja Nairobi huko. Kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni anaapia kwa TV station zote. Akitoka hapa, ako hapa karia. Sasa one voice in 12 TV stations, that is change anything. Is that democracy? So we need to allow in more people, sure. People with disability, women, youth, to come and talk about their issues. That's how we promote democracy. But if we allow other people to be speaking on behalf, simply because those are the people you know that can buy tea, then we are also frustrating democracy ourselves, sure. So we must also be democratic in the way we look at how we invite our guests. Sure. Guests equal plurality of voices. If it's a discussion on land issues or marginalized issues, bring people who from marginalized communities. Sure. If you are talking about people who are getting challenges, getting ideas, bring a person who has gone through that. Instead of bringing a broker in Nairobi, Mombasa, who is talking about nothing he has ever experienced himself or herself. Sure. That will be allowing the voice of the people we are talking, and that's the democracy we are talking about. Sure. By allowing in moderation skills, those are very Beru start organizing trainings in addition to workshops for your people. The world has changed. Like right now, there's a new code of ethics for media practice in Kenya. The Media Council has changed a new code, 2025. It's just 2 months old. How many of you have ever seen it? Sure. Hata kwa viusasa mjaisikia. Yet this is the Bible for journalists. And it was changed, the parliament gazetted it, the minister gazetted it. So there's a new code of ethics in town, which many of you do not know. So that's one area you need to, it has changed. Those of you who had the old code of ethics, imebadilisha is from now, it's 12 articles from 25. It has changed things in addition to accuracy, wameongeza vitu on AI and technology. Wameongeza mambo na user-generated content. If you do a story, put online and somebody makes comments or talks about it, you have a responsibility. Kama alikuwa anatusi watu ama anafanya hate speech, wewe ndio unashikwa. Yes, user-generated content. AI, how do the do's and don'ts of AI? And it's very clear. AI You use it to research, look for information, but eventually you must own the content yourself. Otherwise, you are engaging in content theft, plagiarism, and will be infringing on copyright. Utashikwa, sio? So you need to update. There's a huge section on children protection, issues of harmful content. Unaenda unafanya story mtoto wa mtu amebakwa, sijui amefanya nini, wewe mwenyewe hukuweko, mtoto mwenyewe ndiye anasema tu wewe hukuweko, lakini unasema mtoto alibakwa, sio? Kesi ikienda kotini, sio? Two, you hide the child's face, protect, but you show the mother and siblings. So kazi gani umefanya? Hakuna. So it's very heavy on that. Na watu wanatumia vyombo vya habari to recruit children in radicalization, sio? Mnajua sex and other things. So there's a huge section on children protection. And if you infringe it, unafungwa. It's that bad. Then there's something on gambling. Gambling na hii vitu ya mganga kutoka Tanga. Sio? I even took a photo on Mombasa Road nikikuja. Mganga kutoka Tanga anatibu nini? Anatibu mapenzi, anatibu sijui nini, na mwenye anatibu hana mpenzi lakini anatibu wengine. Again, there's a whole, sio? Gambling, running gambling adverts. Requirements, lazima usome BSLB number, sio? Which advert is this? It's not criminal, but you must always, because there are also those gambling adverts that are wrong, sio? So muangazie hapo, muangalie gambling and gaming. The other bigger thing in the code is what the new code that they have brought: manipulation, sio? Information manipulation, misinformation, and malinformation, whatever it is. That don't engage in content that is purely manipulated. And there are tools. Google, utafute Google ikuje ifundishe watu yako veru on tools for fact checking, identifying wrong information. The tools are there. So ni nyinyi mjifunze, because you cannot go to court and defend yourself at sikujua, sio? Or I use and that's how now media is becoming a threat to democracy, especially in an election period when people are using manipulated information. All like using Kashpulu, people would go to photos of 2007. Wanaweka photo juzi by election, wanasema huyo ni Aroko, umepiga were ODM wars, sio? But if you check the photos, unaona ni very old photos are 2007. So media then becomes a threat to democracy if we don't use it well, verifying information. You are aware that now the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act, what it's doing is purely killing democracy and freedom of speech. And Parliament is using example that media has been using manipulated information, rumors to tarnish the names of others. Sio? So again, there's a huge section of data protection. Usitumie information na data ya mtu kivi hivyo useme mimi ni mwandishi wa habari utangaze mtu. Governor kuwa Paradise Inn is nothing wrong, sio? Governor kuja hapa na kuona bibi yake ama prostitute yake, there's nothing wrong. Sio? It only becomes wrong if you can prove that governor amekuja na mtoto wa shule, sio? That now changes the dynamics. Whether now he's a public figure but amekuja na mtoto wa shule, sio? That changes. But when the governor is here, whether with the wife or with concubine, hiyo ni biashara yake, sio? Hiyo ni maisha yake, wajana naye. Kuna wengine unaenda paka unapanda kwa fence kwa governor, unataka kuangalia nini iko ndani, unasema you are doing story investigative data protection, sio? We must allow people their freedom, but where mtu kweli makosa iko, sio? Ana misuse public resources hapo ama ana engage in a criminal activity, then you can. But don't just splash the name of a governor simply because he's a governor or simply because he's the president, sio? Ama bibi ya president akipigwa, hiyo si domestic violence. Inakuhusu nini kama amefura macho ama hako sawa? Mind your own business. Sio? Don't know people's private issues, sio? I mean, mtoto wa governor akianguka mtihani inakuhusu nini? Mahali iliandikwa wapi mtoto wa governor lazima apite mtihani GS, sio? So kuna mambo fulani, don't make people suffer for nothing, sio? Mtoto wa governor ni mtoto wa governor, yeye si governor mwenyewe. So deal with the person in the public domain and where again it is deserving. That's how we will promote. In one of the researches Amwick did, was the issue of fake news and women candidates. A lot of women candidates give up, withdraw from election when people start exposing their private, personal lives. Generally, women are conservative, generally in Africa. There's nothing wrong. They might not even have done that thing. But obviously, they care about the family so much. So sometimes when the family is being intruded, they always give in. So we are, by allowing misinformation and harassing women ladies, we are allowing a lot of our candidates who are capable more than the men we are electing to pull out of election. So that's, in that case, media is not playing any role in democracy and expanding space for people. We are denying a lot of our possible candidates to run away from participating simply because of the negative tones and negative information. And many, if people like Ngilu are not strong, they will not, Martha Karua, they will have given up simply because of the way media covers them, not because they have done anything. Men are more criminals, but they can live with it. But ladies will want to protect their family, their kids, they will not want to exposure. And you have seen some of these things. You have seen in Tanzania, the wife to Tundu Lissu has even ran out of the country with the kids, and they don't want anything about talking about it because they know it will have impact on those children later. But here, Miliona, I've overspoken. I hope I've added value, see, mimi nilikuwa niongee siku yote, I'm not a preacher. Ndio, nimemaliza my 45 minutes. Oh, anyway, by the way, I keep time. I'm a journalist, and I always believe that if news ni ya saa saba, ni ya saa saba, news kama ni ya saa mbili, ni saa mbili. These are the excuses we create. Even where I work, you can ask my colleagues. I told them I used to work in a newspaper that was producing every day. So my excuse, tutafanya kesho, I have never lived with it. We live today and produce a newspaper. Kesho tutadili nayo, So time, it becomes very critical. What I want again to request us to enjoy, spare time for the main thing that brought you. Sometimes if you are keen, once you start by 8:30 and go to 3, you can now break. I went to school here. I stayed here for quite some time. I'm an old boy of Shimalatewa here. We used to start our classes at 6 in the morning. Saa sita tukitoka turudi, no evening, no afternoon class because of the heat. Utarudi class, mwalimu anasweat mpaka unamuonea huruma. So, if you want to work well around here, and people have never understood, if you wake up in the morning, and unauliza watu wa Kilifi watakwambia 5 or 5 wavuvi huwa wameenda, wale wanaenda kutafuta fish, tewa, wenye wanaenda tafu na nini, wenye wanaenda kutafuta panya, kazora, wote by 5. By midday, because of the heat, people are now back. But sisi tunatoka bara tuelewi, tunaanza kusema vile wako lazy, They understand the environment, So sisi tunakuja hapa tunakaa kidogo. Ikifika saa 8 tutakuwa hapa kila mtu wako tu. Wengine hata wamenunua hii mobile conditioner wanazunguka hapa. Na wamevaa half naked kwa sababu jua inawamaliza. But hiyo hawaoni, wanaona tu mwenye wakilifi mwenye alijua aende arauke asubuhi afanye kazi yake arudi apumzike because the humidity is too high. Wale ndio tunaona wako lazy. Lakini sisi wenye hatujijui tunaanza mkutano saa 4, tunataka tuende mpaka saa 1. Ikifika saa 9 it's too hot. Ama sasa unakimbia kwenda kurudi room uvae nguo haina nini. Na ukifanya hivyo unajua usikii. Mtu akipretend na wewe unafanya hivi. Hakuna kitu unasikia. Uko tuko others crowdsourcing, yani umejaza tu room. So lazima muelewe huku pia, It's good to understand your environment. The last example I give is Turkana. Journalists, and Masi can tell you, journalists leave Nairobi to go to Turkana to do stories. But because they have refused to understand the environment and the conditions, they go na ndege ya asubuhi Skyward, wanashuka hapo, load wa airstrip, wako na maji ya dasani na biscuit wamebeba. Sasa wakifika hapo, the first thing ni, this place, how do people live? Wanaanza kunywa maji ya darasani, ingine wanajimwagia. Mturukana amekaa 4 days anatafutia ng'ombe yake maji hawana. Na wewe uko na maji ya darasani unasema how do people live here, unajimwagia. Huyo mtu mnaongea mnasikizana. They cut off. Because you are not part of them. What you are doing and what we are talking about. Ni watu wanaishi huko, huku watu wanakaa aje. So those guys block off, sio? Because your culture doesn't. Wakishaenda wamekufungia, wewe unarudi Nairobi na kamera unaenda kuambia watu tulienda Turkana kufanya story bwana. Wale jamaa wako nyuma hata walikimbia kamera. Wewe ndio uko nyuma. Hukuelewa culture, umechoma mafuta na time ukaenda ukarudi, lakini wewe unajiona wewe ni mwerevu. Nani mwerevu? Ni wao, sio? So again, contextualizing and understanding the culture of people you are going to cover, the issue of attitude. You are going to do a story in the community, but you already have an attitude about people. Vile you think wako nyuma, sio? Kila mtu ako na nyuma yake na mbele yake. So don't use your universal, sio? Kuna watu wengine akiwa na bodaboda ndio tajiri kabisa kwa community yake. Kuna mwingine paka kuwa na helicopter, sio? Kuna mwingine hata kuamka tu kutembea wewe ndio uko mbele, sio? Everybody has different, sio? In our families, in our cultures, mikono tuko hivi sisi wote, same hand but fingers ziko tofauti. So don't go to the field with preconceived thinking, looking down people, you think they're backward. Sio? Wewe mwenyewe umenunuliwa na kampuni chakula ama umepewa ka grant na nini? Wewe umeenda kufanya story kwa community lakini wewe unajiona ni tajiri. Unasema kama these guys are so behind. Tulienda hapa hata story wanasema wanakula nanyi na wewe umepewa grant ndio uende hata ungeenda. Asanteni sana.
Tumpigia makofi ingine tena. Thank you so much, Mr. Victor Bwire, OGW, for your time and also for the insightful knowledge that you've shared. I am sure we've picked not just one, but a lot of things kutoka kwake, sindio? And we are going to implement it and practice in our different communities. So thank you so much and pass our regards to MCK. So this time we will break for tea for 20 minutes, then be back for the afternoon session. Enjoy your tea. Same place as yesterday.
Takutuza takutetea, wanaume wapime atokea, hawajui nachonipea, mpaka na mpaka, na sio mambo ya dawa, kweni mtamu mwaya, na unaga shoba, ukinigusa tunalegea mwili wote, haya, na nyuma ni mugano na kuyumwa, shepu ya kitanga, haya, na nyuma ni mugano na kuyumwa, shepu ya kitanga, ngozi ya Kirundi, sura Kinyarwanda, manyoya Kisomali, macho ya Ethiopia, utamu Tanzania, akili ni ya Kenya. Yule anayepinga sima, anayepinga sima, sema ukweli wako. Mzuri wewe umeumbika mwaya, atoyo sura chake. I know the bar was so low, lakini umenivumilia, mahaba nayasikia mama, nakupa mia kwa mia. Baby, you don't know, vile umenishikilia, kanikika watulia mama, sijui nikupe nini dia. Nakukuwa wahenga, watunge nyimbo tamu na mashairi, tuwasijetenga, shani kwa duniani na bingo, chuzi walio flavor. Imebidi nitemundia chetu jadi, nikatuma mshenga, hadi kwenye East Africa mashariki. Nyuma ni mukanda, shepu ni ya Tanga, ngozi ya Kirundi, sura ya Kigali, nywele Kisomali, na macho ya Besha, kwa dini ya Kenya, tabasamu la Juba, yule anayepinga sima, anayepinga sima. sema ukweli wako.
Tatizo langu chama, tashunu bwana, mzuri wewe, umbika mwaya, ayoyoyo, sura chake, ota uo, abigibigi, asiderasta mabayuiki, jamani popo, abigibigi, utaitaka, tipichikiti, jamani popo, abigibigi, asiderasta mabayuiki, nasema popo, abigibigi, utaitaka.
Dans tes temps, y'a pas de magie. Bien, on prend tout comme ça, y'a pas de gâchis. Alexandra, pour le baby dans 4 matiques. Elle habite solo et ça, c'est fantastique. Ça, c'est méchant. Y'a les baby, c'est large et c'est crazy. Je ton épaule, dis-moi, tell me. Je t'ai poussé, money, pay me. You do that. Précis comme le sable d'un Yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout droit. La carte est plate, disons alléluia. You do that. Précis comme le sable d'un Yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout droit. La carte est plate, disons alléluia. Baby, je l'étale, Jimmy. Vini, vini, pas, Jimmy. Je veux pas l'embarquer. J'ai une sous ça. Baby, elle. J'ai une sous ça. J'ai pas changé. Le cap, ça plus les compter. Je remercie des personnes à la santé. Je monte pas, baby, sinon y aura trop de débat. Allez, trop tard. Depuis le temps de fausse, il y a trop tard. Elle m'a dit je t'aime, mais c'est trop bas. Cette bitch m'a dit je t'aime, mais c'est trop bas. C'est trop bas. Je suis comme le sable d'un Yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout droit. La carte est plate, disons alléluia. Je suis comme le sable d'un Yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout droit. La carte est plate, disons alléluia. Baby, je l'étale. Vini, vini, pas, tu me. Je veux pas l'embarquer. J'ai une sous ça. Baby, elle. J'ai une sous ça. Je l'étale, vini. Vini, vini, pas, tu me. Je veux pas l'embarquer. J'ai une sous ça. Baby, elle, baby. J'ai une sous ça. Ça fait longtemps qu'il y a pas de magie. On se bien, on prend tout comme ça, y a pas de gâchis. Pas de semblant pour le baby dans 4 matiques. Elle habite solo et ça c'est fantastique, ça c'est méchant. Y'a les baby, c'est large et c'est crazy. Y'a ton épaule, dis-moi, tell me. Si je t'ai poussé, money, pay me now. Yo, Judas, précis comme le sable d'un Yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout droit. Ta carte est plaque, disons alléluia. Da, da, da. Yo, Judas, précis comme le sable d'un Yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout droit. Ta carte est plaque, disons alléluia. Da, da, da. Et puis je vais l'étal, fini. Fini, fini, pas de me. All on board, bringing us to side. Bringing us to side. Les vont chanter, Gabi ça plus les compter. Remets un petit débat qu'on a la santé. Je monte pas, baby, sinon y aura trop de débat. Allez, depuis le compte de Frost, il y a trop tard. Elle m'a dit je t'aime, mais c'est trop bas. Cette bitch m'a dit je t'aime, mais c'est trop bas. C'est trop bas. Je suis comme le sable d'un Yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout droit. La carte est plate, disons alléluia. Yo, Judas, je suis comme le sable d'un Yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout droit. La carte est plate, disons alléluia. Et puis je vais t'enchaîner. Vini, vini, pas to me. All on board. Bringing us to side. Baby, bringing us to side. Vini, vini, pas to me. All on board. Bringing us to side. Family, family. Baby, elderly. Family, family. Bringing us to side. Ça fait longtemps qu'il n'y a pas de magie. On vient, on prend tout comme ça, il n'y a pas de gâchis. Semblant pour le baby dans 4 matiques. Ça fait longtemps qu'il n'y a pas de magie. Donc c'est pas de magie. On vient, on prend tout comme ça, il n'y a pas de gâchis. Semblant pour le baby dans 4 matiques. Elle habite solo et ça c'est fantastique, ça c'est méchant. Allez baby, c'est large et c'est crazy. J'ai ton épaule, dis-moi, tell me. Si je t'ai poussé, money, pay me now. Judas, précis comme le sable d'un Yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout droit. Ta carte est plaque, disons alléluia. Yo, Judas, précis comme le sable d'un Yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout droit. Ta carte est plaque, disons alléluia. Et puis je vais l'étal, fini. Fini, fini, pas to me. All on board. Bringing us to side. Baby, elderly. Family. Bringing us to side. Les vont chanter, Gabi ça plus les compter. Remets un petit débat qu'on a la santé. Je monte pas, baby, sinon y aura trop de débat. Allez, depuis le compte de Frost, il y a trop tard. Elle m'a dit je t'aime, mais c'est trop bas. Cette bitch m'a dit je t'aime, mais c'est trop bas. C'est trop bas. Yo, Je suis comme le sable d'un yakuza. Tu marches with me, babe, c'est cool. La carte est plate, ils ont alléluia. Yo, Judas, je suis comme le sable d'un yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout. La carte est plate, ils ont alléluia. Puis je vais... Donc c'est un y'a pas de mal. On vient en prend tout comme ça, y'a pas de cash. Avec son blanc pour le baby dans 4 matiques. Elle habite solo et ça c'est fantastique, ça c'est méchant. C'est large et c'est crazy. J'aime ton épaule, dis-moi, tell me. Je t'épouse les money, baby. Comme le sable d'un yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout droit. La carte est plate, disons alléluia. Yo, Judas, précis comme le sable d'un yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout droit. La carte est plate, disons alléluia. Et puis je l'étale, fini. Fini, pas fini. All about me. So sad, c'est ça. Ils vont changer. La piste a pu les condamner. Mais en petit débat, on a la santé. Monte pas, baby, sinon il y aura trop de débat. Depuis le fond des grosses lignes, y'a trop tard. Elle m'a dit je t'aime, mais c'est trop bas. Cette bitch m'a dit je t'aime, mais c'est trop bas. C'est trop bas. Je suis comme le sable d'un yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout. La carte est plate, disons alléluia. Yo, Judas, je suis comme le sable d'un yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout. La carte est plate, disons alléluia. Et puis je l'éteins. Fini, pas fini. All about me. Looking so sad. Baby, looking so sad. Fini, pas fini. Like we're all on board. Looking so sad. Family. Baby, elderly. Family. Looking so sad. Donc c'est un y'a pas de magie. On vient, on prend tout comme ça, y'a pas de gâchis. Semblant pour le baby dans 4 matiques. Elle habite solo et ça c'est fantastique, ça c'est méchant. C'est large et c'est crazy. J'aime ton épaule, dis-moi, tell me. Je t'épouse les money, baby. Yo, Judas, précis comme le sable d'un yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout droit. La carte est plate, disons alléluia. Yo, Judas, précis comme le sable d'un yakuza. Si tu marches with me, babe, c'est tout droit. La carte est plate, disons alléluia. Et puis je l'étale, fini, pas fini. All on board, looking so sad. Baby, elderly. Family. Looking so sad. Ils vont changer. La piste a pu les condamner. Mais en petit débat, on a la santé. Monte pas, baby, sinon il y aura plus de débat.
She said she wanna wine on the man them. Got no ways to. You gotta put your money where your mouth is. Baby, no got time for no okoto. She said her pum pum is a gift and she won't use a mental. Yeah, shokoto. From Lagos to Sokoto. And I got a taste of it. She turned me inside out, give me fast clothes and then finish her with sweet loving. Not so me I humble, not so me I fall, not so me I catch feelings. She told me that she's far too gone, plus that she don't know her way back home. Don't know her way back home. Wayward girl, she down with a wayward girl.
My brother, I know we calculate, the calculus, if you let it go. I know the reason how many people have fed me low. Inside the life, now inside the carcass, open my eyes, Lord, make I dey see ya. Make I taste my throat, make a budget, no use me destroy. Make butter, no stay my can't take every. Cause now only that way they set my God. They my holding aside on my run. Me I know they but that talk along. Come advantage every time I call. Cause now only that way they set my God. I feel good, I feel
Around the world, I know cost. But if I climb the train, it don't pass you. Drive around the world, no, I found you. And if I catch the plane, it don't catch. And I hope you gon' fly away today. Yeah, I hope you gon' fly away today. But you know say I fly. So no, they didn't me. Oh, I'm good. They try. Oh, you know they can't feel me. Take my body. You go like fly. Allow me to spoil you with my money. You don't cover my head. Oh. But you never met a guy, you go, I pop. And I'ma hold you down. Oh. But you never met a guy, you go, I pop. And I'ma hold you down. Oh. Hold you down, we know it's you. Nobody be down you. But you never met a guy, you go, I pop. Oh. And I'ma hold you down, oh, down. So many girls. Anyway you want to go, anyway you want to go. And I'ma give you something I didn't got no.
kutoka alo nilikutana naye Kilimani Nairobi 2015 kibaridi cha asubuhi kijua fani sio kikali saa 5 Nairobi 2015 nikamchagua yeye katikati ya wenzake watano nikamuomba kanio amba moyoni Mungu nikampa moja. She's my number moja. Nikamuomba kaniomba namba moyoni Mungu nikampa moja. Now she's my number.
If you've taken tea, say hi. If you've taken tea, say hi. Kama umekunywa uji sema ai. Naona kuna watu wa uji. And some of us didn't see that porridge. But it's okay. Hapana, uji hapa Pride-in. Anyway, if you're having your colleague who's not yet back, please ask them to be back because we are heading into our afternoon session where we'll be having a panel discussion. Not really a panel, but a presentation from Margaret Othiambo, who works at Shofco, and she'll be speaking to us about community media for behavior change. We all know that we are in the period of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, and we'd like to understand what is our role as media practitioners working in the communities in spreading awareness about gender-based violence and the prevention of gender-based violence. With that said and done, naomba munisaidie kupiga makofi tunapomkaribisha Margaret. Let's give her a round of applause. Karibu Margaret. You need that.
Kama sinamaliza kurasa kukusifia.
Ala, power inaisha. Haya, DJ wanasema uache kuwakata hivyo. DJ acha kuwakata. Ni kama mnamaliziwa power.
Matusi naiona basata wakinifungia. Serufi zinazopata mia filmia. Mjusi ukutawa parasta na uparamia. Na kama ni chopa la pia ni pesa. Nevi niumbe njia kwa maana wanezi no.
Hawa watu wanaimba lakini wakipewa mic.
Naishi wapo penzi lako mizani mizito naishi wapo.
Aya, thank you DJ. I think we'll have a karaoke session. That is well noted with regards. Aya, karibu Margaret.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? It's still morning. Oh. Okay, my name's Maggie Adhiambo. I work for an organization known as SHOFCO, Shining Out for Community, as a regional lead gender and inclusion department in Coast Region. And I'm glad to be in this forum and just to have a conversation with us. Oh, we are all in this. Is that so? We are all in it, yeah? In this, yeah? So let's have a great interactive session as I lead from here. So I'll just give a brief of what SHOFCO does. I know a few of us maybe kuna wachache ambao hawajui kile ambacho SHOFCO inafanya na pali penye tuko. So SHOFCO, we are in 40 counties, and we have 7 programs in SHOFCO. We have the WASH department, we have clinics, we also have a school for the vulnerable girls. We have a sustainable livelihood and economic empowerment department. And we also have a department known as SUN. So SUN is a department that iko kwa community. Our organization is community-led. So SUN, Social Urban Network, is the organization that is at the grassroots level. Their work is to do advocacy and also to ensure that they are moving to a county and seeing what the county needs are. Then from there, we will see what programs we are taking to that county. So when we move to coastal region, they are the ones who did the first getting into here and seeing what are the needs in regards to our programs. And in Mombasa, in coastal region, we have one clinic. We also have the WASH program. We have the gender and inclusion department. We also have the sustainable livelihood department, which is very key. So our programs are interrelated. We work very closely together. So I come in from gender and inclusion department, and there we do a couple of things. We do our interventions on trying to reduce GBV cases with 5 strategies. So we use the prevention, response, mitigation measures, and also partnership. So we do a lot of, under prevention, we do a lot of door-to-door forums, community conversations. We have campaigns, we do a lot of them. We also have in schools a club known as ROC, Rights of Children's Club, where we educate children on their rights and also try to make kids assertive. And with that ROC club, we've even recorded children just coming in and recording their cases, which is a plus in all the regions that we are in. And our response, we have facilitation of cases, movement of cases. We have the case managers who support survivors, moving with them from one system to the other. We don't just leave them to walk alone. So if it's medical, once we've received a case through the hotline number, through a walk-in, through the local administration, through any partner who knows that we do this work in an holistic way, the first thing will be ensuring that they take the survivor for medical, they journey with the survivor to the police station, they also journey with the survivor in court. There, we also have a lawyer that we've contracted that supports the survivors with their cases in court. So that is what we do at Brief and our Gender and Inclusion Department. Not to forget that we also have safe shelters, and we are also supporting the government build one at Kilifi in Kimbilio, because one of the challenges and gaps that we have in reducing GBV is the lack of care and protection. And we are on it, and in Nairobi we have 2 shelters. So we are trying to come in the coastal region just to ensure that, working very closely with the national government and also the county, to ensure that we are having safe shelters for women, girls, and boys under the ages of 8 years old, because that is a great gap that is there. So we ensure that we are supporting the victim once they transition to survivor in a very holistic way. Comes to counseling, we do counseling, our services are free, and all that. So that is a brief of what we do. And Shofco, maybe if you want more, you can always look for us on the side. So today we want to talk about, because I said we are community-led, and also we need to have a conversation on community media, on changing behaviors, on behavior change in the community. We are affirming that we are here also, we are also in the time of the 16 days of activism, and we know that in the 16 days of activism, we are trying to advocate for and also trying to create awareness on how can we end gender-based violence. So I keep on saying it shouldn't be 16 days of activism. I keep on preaching this. Why can't we just make it 365 days of activism? Because violence is there each and every day. We don't have just to set aside 10 days. Why can't it be just 365 days just of activism, just to ensure that we are reducing violence? Because violence is something that is making a lot happen. It comes with a lot. We also, when we talk about community media, it is geared to local. It has to be locally, because when you're talking about information, it has to come from the community level. So when you talk about community media, the community media has to ensure that we are getting the information from the community level. Because at the end of the day, at the community level is where we need to change behaviors, is there we need to change attitudes, and also is there we need to challenge norms. So when media comes in and work very closely, the way our senior talked about, you don't have to get information from somebody who does not have that information. Get to the community. When you're talking about issues of violence, issues of behavior change, we can be a force to ensure that we are amplifying, and also a force to ensure that we are saying no to issues like GBV, and also issues of the stereotypes and issues of violence and all that. We're also here to ensure that let's recognize our sustainable change, that our sustainable change begins at a community level. So sustainable change begins at a community level. And that's why we have to have community media at the community level to ensure that we are bringing that change. Unlike the mainstream media, we see that the community media is a plus, because at the community media level, they will always give information that happens at the community level, unlike the mainstream media, which will maybe get to national and not maybe amplify what is happening in the ground in terms of issues of gender-based violence, in terms of change of behavior, in terms of norms and stereotypes. The power of community media in behavior change. There's a lot that comes in when we onboard community media in behavior change. Community media will support us in awareness creation. Community media will also support us in doing a lot of education when it comes to from issues of GBV. It will also support us in ensuring that there's a lot of change when it comes to behaviors and also when it comes to GBV and all that comes about it. So when you talk about prevention, community media can be a very great space for ensuring that it's creating awareness to people, making people understand what is consent, making people understand where can they report their cases, making people understand which are the referral pathways, and also making people understand how can they, how is equality and how does equality comes in. So when you talk about community media at the local level, it really comes about to ensure that we are covering all this because people have information and it's the media that can give that information also through the spaces that they have. Like through messaging, they can also have just discussions. They can have the panel discussions just to create awareness and ensure that people have information in terms of where can they report, where can they get support, like also where can they get even spaces like safe shelters and all that. So when we are having the community medium, which is at the ground level, and it's also understanding what exactly is happening at the ground level when it comes to issues of GBV, there can be a space to ensure that people are aware, and also people are aware and people understand where they can get these supports. It also comes in shaping attitudes and norms that I've talked about. It challenges stereotypes, and also in terms of issues of victim blaming, issues of victim blaming, victim shaming, and all that. It promotes respectful behaviors. So when the media comes in and does the awareness and also create the awareness and talk to people and gives the information that is expected in issues of GBV, they can always change the minds of the people and ensure that GBV reduces. It amplifies the voices of the survivors and also advocates and the voices of community leaders. And this enhances solidarity. So when the community media, because it comes in to ensure that it's amplifying the voices of the survivor through maybe telling the stories of the survivor, this can be a plus because when they're telling the stories through the media platforms and through also having the survivors come in and tell their stories, it can lead to people speaking out. It can lead to breaking silence. It can also lead to people coming out and saying no to GBV. Another powerful thing that the community media comes in with is mobilizing the community action. So the community media can come in with events, activities, campaigns that can bring in a lot of changes in the community. They can also come in with things like male engagement. We are also involving, we're not just saying that when you're talking about issues of GBV, it's only a woman thing. We also have men who go through violence, and this is something that has also to be advocated so much. And you also have to bring in men in the picture because it's presumed that men are the highest perpetrators. So why not bring them on board to ensure that we advocate for them being champions and not being perpetrators. So in bringing male engagement and also having discussions that goes around issues of GBV and bringing different people like the youths, the children, and also different people from different levels, and also having that intersectionality aspect where we are having also the PWGs, the minorities, the refugees on board, just to discuss what issues they're going through in terms of maybe GBV, in terms of inequality, and in terms of norms, cultures, and all that. So it's a medium of a lot of community conversation. When the community media can also support in facilitating access to services. They can give information, like the way I said previously. They can act as a platform to give information to people at the grassroots level and in the community level of where they can get support. Like you see, if you look at Mashinani, most people don't even have information where maybe a hospital is, where safe shelters are, where a police station is if they're facing any kind of violence, and they can get there and get support. So it can act as a medium of ensuring that they're amplifying the spaces where people can get support, and also telling the community where those spaces are. Like they can say that we have organizations that provide these services. We have Plan International, we have World Vision, we have SHOFCO that does all these couple of things on issues of maybe behavior change and all that. So why not get support there? So they can act as a medium of ensuring that the community know where they can get support when it comes to systems and when it comes to other relevant organizations. All in all, it's all about media supporting in changing attitudes, changing behaviors, giving information, amplifying the voices of the voiceless, like the survivors. And with that, we'll have a couple of behavior changes, and we'll have a couple of people shifting their minds from maybe patriarchy and shifting their minds from patriarchy and getting to gear with equality, support, and championing for issues of GBV. I know there's a lot of challenges that comes in when we talk about community media campaigns, and maybe that is why we are in such a forum, just to ensure that we're doing a lot of partnership and collaboration and seeing how best we can be a force to ensure that information is given to the community and the right information is also shared, because when you come to issues of GBV, there's an aspect of gender sensitivity. And I had somebody talk about most of the time media, they normally amplify. They look at the other side. Like when you talk about femicide cases, you will see that they will capitalize on the lady, and at times they will body shame, they will give a lot of information about the lady that can even cause harm to that woman. So what happens is the media should be a force to ensure that they give their information holistically. Because when it comes to a case starts from right from far. So like maybe if it's an SGBV case or a femicide case, this is a case that has to be reported at the police station. Why do you just get to concentrate on the how did this lady alifanyika aje, nini alifanya ndi aka end up in femicide, instead of even following up and seeing the gaps that are there in the systems, because you have a lot of gaps in the systems that are preventing victims of femicide from getting justice. If we amplify such gaps, maybe at the police station level, maybe in court level, because you have so many cases staying in court for so long, and when reasons are given, there are even no reason, because evidence was provided. Why should a case stay like for 10 years or even 20 years in court without the survivor getting justice? So the community media can be a force to ensure that we amplify stories from each and every level, just to ensure that if kama ni polisi ndio wamelala kwa kazi yao, we see how best if there's a certain police station, we can amplify and say this police station 1, 2, 3 is happening. In court, what is happening in court? At the medical level, you also have a lot of challenges. We do not have safe shelters. What can we do? So these are platforms that can be in a position of amplifying such and letting, like in such forums, we can have CSOs, we can have partners, stakeholders. Once that has been amplified, we can even get donors to ensure that we are having safe houses, we are having best supports, a case moves. Because if that something is amplified, definitely, it's something that people will look at, and the relevant systems will decide to do their work rightly. So amplify stories holistically. Let's not just concentrate on, there's an aspect of gender sensitivity. Let's not just concentrate on the juicy, you call them the juicy newses, and not, there's also so much behind the scene that needs to be amplified so that at the end of the day, this person can get justice. There could be a mindset shift. There could be a norm change. There could be a culture that is so, the retrogressive cultures. There could be one that has to be amplified so that people can get out of it and also share the consequences on the same. So media is a powerful platform that needs to ensure that at the end of the day, if you're having these kinds of violation taking place, they can always support in terms of creating awareness, in terms of ensuring that the systems are doing their work very well, and also in terms of ensuring that the best interventions are given so that we can reduce GBV and also change the minds of people in the community. So I'll just say that the partners that are here, maybe the CSO, the media practitioners, it's a high time that we create that synergy. We create that togetherness just to ensure that these kinds of violence that are happening, the behavior, the norms, the stereotypes, the cultures that are really eating us up and are also having a great impact on our minds and making our minds shift, especially like the patriarchy things amplify, get to have the consequences, and also ensure that people are aware on what they're supposed to be doing, and also where are they supposed to get the right interventions when it comes to such issues. And working together and having that synergy can really take us far. And also working together and also supporting the media fraternity in terms of, at times they have challenges in resources. So we've come together and ensure that we give that support in terms of resources. We can always ensure that we are amplifying, we are creating that awareness, we are giving the right information and education to the community to ensure that we have that. So in conclusion, behavior change is not an overnight process. It requires persistence, it has to be community-led, and efforts that challenge harmful norms and provide equality. So behavior is not just a one-day thing, it's a process. It's a process that has to be, it's not just a one day, I'll just wake up and you'll change people. Because at the end of the day, we'll get to have maybe culture resistance. You can decide and get to a certain region, try to amplify, try to get them out of the norms and the cultures, but there could be culture change, culture resistance, there could be a lot of challenges and back and forth and all that. That's why it's a process and it needs unity, it needs togetherness, and by that we can get too far. Community media, when harnessed effectively, can be a transformational force in this journey, in educating, empowering, and also mobilizing communities to create a future free of GBV. And together, let us champion, and also let us come together, and let us champion to support community media as a catalyst for sustainable change, because change begins with our communities, and change begins with our community. Communities lives, communities learn, and communities grow. So with change, community lives, and learns, and community grows. So change begins with all of us. Thank you.
Indeed, change begins with all of us. And whatever you're doing in your small ways, you are creating change. Thank you so much, Margaret. But before you leave, I'd allow us, if we have any questions, concern, recommendation, this is the time. One? Just one? Okay.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to inquire if in your push, you are also looking into these the GBV aspect to be included in our curriculum in schools, so that our children should be exposed to it at their early stages when they're still in school.
Okay, my question is, have you ever received a case where someone has been threatened and then someone has been threatened by the one who has raped the survivor, And then have you ever posted it, or do you report it? Do you announce it to the station, to the media, I mean?
Maybe let us just repeat the second question. I didn't get it quite well.
As in, do you report the threads to the media? Are they posted? As in, huyo mtu mwenye tuseme ndo ni si
The
victim.
perpetrator? Yeah,
the
I've gotten your
perpetrator.
question now. Thank you.
Yeah, last one.
Asante. Pengine kwa sababu yako mimi naitwa Yusuf Maro kutoka kule sehemu za Tana River. Asante sana kwa kujuza mengi, lakini pia nilikuwa ningependa kukuuliza kwamba ni vipi ama mko na mikakati gani kuona kwamba mnaweza kufanya kazi pamoja na katika kaunti zingine ambazo haziko katika hamuko katika ile kaunti ambayo mnafanya sasa Kilifi.
Okay.
Imetosha. Nina swali. Majina yangu naitwa Benson. Swali natoka West Pokot County. West Pokot kuna masuala mengi ambayo yanatokea kule kuhusiana na visa vya dhuluma. Mfano unapata mwanasiasa anaingilia kati, anasema kwamba wewe kama mwanahabari usiweze kuangazia swala hili kwa sababu anaweza poteza kura zake ambazo kimeweza kufanyika mahali pale. Na sisi kama wanahabari ni kioo cha jamii katika maeneo ya kule mashinani. Je, tunaweza fanya vipi? Maana yake tunapata habari kama hizo ni mingi, kama West Pokot ukweli ni mingi kabisa. Ni mingi, lakini sasa tunashindwa jinsi ambavyo tunaweza handle hiyo case.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I can answer those, then I'll take others. So thank you very much for those great and valid questions. The first question was about having these, maybe a curriculum to schools, in schools, because we also realize that we get a lot of cases from schools, like even minor defilements, and also the Romeo and Juliet stories, and a lot of violence, emotional, and all that. So as Shofwal, just talk on behalf of our organization, I said that when I started, we have a program in school known as ROC, Rights of Children's Club. It is an holistic curriculum that has all the components of issues of GBV, mental health, just life skills, and all that. So it is verified. It was verified by the national government and also a few experts that came up with that curriculum. And it's something that can be emulated with other organizations. So what we do, it's just a 12-session curriculum where we are training these kids on issues of life skill, mental health, our rights of children, the do's and don'ts of issues of GBV. And it has really yielded a lot. You'll find that even kids nowadays come and report their cases. The kids are assertive. We are making these kids assertive in a way that they can speak out and report their cases. So this is something that we can emulate. You know, we cannot be everywhere. I said Gender and Inclusion Department in Shofko, we're in 15 counties. But generally, at Shofko, we're in 40 counties. So we cannot be everywhere. But this is something that can be emulated with the coastal region. We're just having our rights of children clubs in schools, and also ensuring that children are given a lot of information, because it's key. It really starts from there. There's a lot of violence that kids go through, even though they carry it from homes, the domestic violence that we have in our homes, they get it to school. So how best can they get psychosocial support? How best can they get to be assertive in a way that they can say what is going on? That is something that we need also to look into from the organizations that we come from and all the spheres that we come from, to ensure that that is something that is really advocated for, because it's very key. Once cases are reported, we have a couple of challenges when it comes to cases. We have even cases of high-profile people that we've handled. So what is important is confidentiality. And this is one thing that also the community media should take note of. Just get people have information that there's consent, there's the aspect of confidentiality. If you report your case, there's the Witness Protection Act that protects a witness. That information is what people need to know. So once a case, even if it's a case of a high-profile person, there's a way in which it can be handled without wewe kujulikana ulifanya hiyo kesi, confidentiality, and also ensuring that if you are threatened, if there are threats, it is the duty of the police to ensure that they see how best they can handle that in terms of threats. So any case that comes to us and there's interferences, and that's why it's very important to have the aspect of safe shelters. If it's maybe a case of defilement, have this child taken to a safe space, have this woman taken to a safe space, have this child taken to a safe space so that this case can go on so very well when that child is in a safe space. And that is what we also need to capitalize on. Do we have spaces that offer care and protection when survivors come out to speak out and say what they're going through, and they don't go through threats and intimidations when left in the same environment where the perpetrator is? And if there's any threats, it has to be reported to the police station. I think your counties have answered. We are just in 15, but we are thriving to move to those other counties with the gender inclusion. But the other programs that I talked about, we are in those other 40 counties. And we are really thriving to ensure that we are shining hope in their lives, just as the name of our organization is Shining Hope for Community. I know there are challenges also when it comes to reporting. And that's why the aspect of confidentiality, the aspect of partnership, and also knowing where to, what are the referral pathways, is very important. Knowing where you're supposed to report your case. Because at the end of the day, as a media person, I know kuna hizo challenges. Unaweza enda utoe story, then ijulikane ni wewe, then unafuatiliwa. So that is where confidentiality comes in. And matters GBV, hapo lazima confidentiality kwe. Hata kama we are taking a story of a survivor, we need to hide the face. We need to blur the voice, ensure that the voice is haisikiki vizuri. So there are other ways in which you as a media person can protect yourself when you're giving a story that pertains maybe a high profile person, or a story that pertains a lot of threats and all that. Hope I've answered your questions. Kama una feel sija answer sana, you can see me on the side. Any other question?
Shukran sana Margaret and Shofko for the remarks and even your advice. I'm just following. As a journalist, there are stories you want to tell, but then kuna venye you want to do from a different angle, from a different perspective. So having worked, MSF, Medicine Sans Frontiers, or Daktari Without Borders, Madaktari Wasio na Mipaka, we were looking at how we can address perpetrators' issues in a manner that we would want to understand, why do they perpetrate? Why do they abuse? Why do they carry on the violence on children, on women, or even men, right? So my question is, what has Shofco done in terms of engagement with perpetrators, and how can journalists even talk about perpetrators without necessarily crucifying them? Thank you.
Yeah, you can respond to that because of time.
Okay, thank you for that question. I think what I would love to say is that information is gold. You see, when somebody has information and knows where they can get support, where they can get the best intervention, is very key. That's why I was saying we need to have, at the end of the day, we really concentrate on the victim and the survivor, and we leave out the perpetrator, not knowing that also the perpetrator has a right. Do you know that the perpetrator also has rights? And that is why, yes, they have rights. Hata perpetrator lazima apelekwe hospitali. When you're taking the victim to the hospital, yeah, pia lazima, and they also have rights in the Constitution. So at the end of the day, I'll say there's other things behind the scenes that we don't see. There's a case where somebody has been said that he's a perpetrator, but when we follow up the case, that person even never did that. So perpetrators also have rights. And I say the highest percentage of perpetrators are men. And that's why Shofco, we are doing a lot of male engagement. We have a lot of a program known as male engagement, where we are having the male persons, just having our conversations with them. and get to understand why do they perpetrate. And also from there, we can have experts just giving them information and knowledge on, some will say they don't even know that it's wrong to have sex with maybe a person who's under the ages of 18 years old. The incest cases, they will say they don't even have information. They don't even know. So when you are engaging more and having those male mentorship and also bringing men on board, just to ensure that you also make them champions. So we'll find that now it's the male persons that go around to advocate for end GBV, because they've been, the mind sets have been changed. They are out of the patriarchy state. They have information, they have knowledge, they value women, they value the other human being, because they have now the knowledge on how equality is key and also equity is key. And with that information, they can go around and also educate and also create awareness to fellow men and also stand with women, because also it's definitely, I know somebody will ask, why is she just talking about women? You know, women and children, they are the most vulnerable in this space of GBV. And that's why we keep on talking. I know also boys are also vulnerable in this space. But at the end of the day, once we have knowledge, and we also ensure that we are making these male persons to be GBV champions, and they are all the ones taking the front line. Who will perpetrate if they're the ones taking the front line of being GBV champions? So just that is something that we need to move around with. Can we ensure that we are making these males be champions, GBV champions? Wakwe ni wale wana advocate for. Let's get out of the patriarchy mind. Let's embrace a lot of intersectionality, and let's respect humanity. Because right now you'll see that the GBV cases are really on the rise. And I know there are also so many things that are also making the GBV cases be on the rise. It could be the system issues. It could be the back and forths. It could be normalization. People have just normalized the violence at their spaces, in homes. They've normalized their violences in the society and also in the community. And that is where now community media should come in to create a lot of awareness, to ensure that people get out of normalization of violence, because with normalization, violence still continues. Thank you.
Mpigie makofi. Indeed, we should stop normalizing violence, join efforts, and most importantly, involve men and the perpetrators in this fight. Wasn't that not amazing? It was. Thank you so much, Margaret, and we also appreciate the work that you do at Shofco. Pass our regards. Hey guys, I thought I was short, but I think the Latin is the one that is tall, right? So mi niko na shida. So we are moving into the next session, but before that, let's all be upstanding. Let's be upstanding. Najua tumeabsorb vitu mingi, tumereflect on the work that we do, and we need to be prepared for the next session. Then we go for lunch. So this is what we're doing. You will do what I say, not what I do. Do what I say, not what. All right. Touch your head. Touch your shoulder. Touch your neighbor. Sit down. Jump up. All right. Stand. Susan says jump. Susan says jump. Jump. Susan says touch your head. Touch your ankle. Kuna watu wanatafuta ankle zao hapa. Ankle si ule ankle umeacha nyumbani. Touch your ankle. Touch your toes. Touch your eyes. Your lips. Your ears. Jump up. Great. Let's be seated for the next session. In this session, we'll be having a conversation from a representative from Safaricom, who we really appreciate their presence and support in this, and the State Department of Housing and Urban Development, among other partners. And we'll be having a conversation on cyber resilience. He'll be debunking myths and sharing insights. Our speaker is Dr. Bright Gameli, who's a cyber security expert and CEO, CyberGuard Africa. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to the stage. Tumpigie makofi mpaka afike.
Now which kind of way I never see.
Karibu.
Good afternoon. I always like to time myself so that I know how fast I'm moving or how slow I'm moving. So if you could just give me a second for that.
Original, no be parody. You know, fit clear for your memory.
Okay. Good afternoon. So I'm the one standing in between you and lunch, right? But I'll make sure I can feed you with information today, right? So I'm going to actually feed you, have an information overload, but it's necessary once in a while. So I'm going to just talk about cyber resilience or cyber security. There's a difference between the two things, and we're going to see things that maybe you've never seen before. I hope that after we finish this, you'll be able to have a lot of questions. I hope you can actually ask questions. I hope you have your notebooks down. I hope you'll pay attention as well, because sometimes people don't listen. And then when it peters them, they're like, hey, can you go back? So I'm going to take you through what cyber resilience really is. But before I say that, my name is Bright. I wear many hats. I serve on a few boards locally and internationally. Moringa School, USIU, EC Council internationally. I'm also a blockchain investigator, so I try to catch cryptocurrency scammers, those who are actually doing real crypto scamming and those who are doing the fake ones. You know, there are two of them. There are actually two. Yeah. I'm the CEO of CyberGuard Africa. We help to do a cybersecurity, cyber resilience. We help you to be secure. I don't think there's anything in Kenya we've not been able to hack legally. So name it, anything, any system. You can name it, samples. Easiest. Easy. Pardon? This year, easy. That's a walk-offs. Government systems are the easiest to hack. So Equity Bank, yeah, I did reporting to them since 2011. See your life. Huh? Oh, a demo. Don't worry, the demos will come. Today, if you're looking for demo, what's your name? But Annette, today you're going to get all the demos you want. So anyway, so I also do something called Africa Hack-On. We teach young people to become cybersecurity engineers. We train the best of the best when it comes to cybersecurity. So we give that skill set out. This is my 412th presentation, I think. 412, yes. I count them for many reasons. This is for myself, to gauge how good I'm getting or how bad I am doing. And I also lecture at Strathmore University. I teach 5 cybersecurity courses there for the past 7 years. And I also practice Kung Fu. So if we're to get into a physical fight, I don't think you'll win. Yeah. No, but you might win because now my heart is, I have a damaged lung because of COVID vaccine. So I had a heart failure. So I'm not 100% anymore. when it comes to cardio. Anyway, that's just a by the way. So we're looking at cyber trends right now. When it comes to cyber security and cyber issues that are happening, the regulation part of this is there. It's live. People are getting prosecuted. People are actually getting charged for things that they're doing. We're looking at security by design. If you don't design your applications to come with security in mind, it becomes a very difficult conversation because incident reporting is also becoming a thing. People getting hacked, they have to report to ODPC, they have to be able to report to central bank, depending on the area that they're part of, to be able to tell them exactly what has happened. Ransomware has become the biggest menace right now. How many of you know what ransomware is? Hey. Okay, just raise your hand, please. Okay, ransomware is this, where they actually infect your computer and they tell you to they steal your files, or they lock your files and tell you if you don't pay in Bitcoin, we will either release your files or you can't get your files back. So imagine the hundreds and thousands of work you've done, all of a sudden has been locked, encrypted. You can't decrypt it, you have to pay for it. And they don't charge cheap. Talking about nothing less than 10 million Kenya shillings. That's the cheapest ransomware you can actually get. So hackers are doing that. By the time it affects you, it's too late. And you know why they're selling the data these days? On Telegram groups. I am part of so many Telegram groups right now. They're selling data, crazy data. And I'm going to show you some of them if yours is also there that you don't know. Because, oh yeah, I'll show you. Because sometimes they do that, they steal your passwords. Half of you who are in this room don't even know your passwords have been stolen. Do you know? Do you want to find out? Ah, great. I like people like you. You know, when I get such, I like such there. So I like doing my live demonstration based on what you tell me. So I have the curated, but I like to go according with the flow. So we're going to be doing that. Then we have AI-based social engineering. So basically what we used to do, social engineering is hacking the human brain. How can I be able to actually convince you, Annette, to give me what I want? For me to convince Annette, I need to know everything about Annette, which Airbnb she's gone to that I can blackmail her, or, don't worry, I'm just saying, or which kind of conversation can I say, you have an Adobe account, it has been compromised, so I need to tell you that password for you to believe that it has been compromised for me to be able to change your password, okay? And using AI these days, you can fake anything. You all know that. I'm worried about next year of what's going to happen again when it comes to elections. And I'll show you some of the samples right now. I really wanted to do something sneaky earlier on, but I didn't do it because of consent. I wanted to take a picture of somebody and make that person say something they're not supposed to say. Oh, please. If you have time, we can do that, but I'll show you the platform. Or we can take a picture of you and then do that. So the digital lifestyle is out there. Your cybersecurity is personal. When we're looking at reputation and relationships, your financial security, your privacy, personal information, your professional opportunities, your peace of mind. You know how bad it is when somebody's blackmailing you on the internet and they're saying things that is not even you. So you need that peace of mind to be able to do that. I want us to do a little bit of an exercise. So please get your hands ready because I want you to raise your hands. Use the same password for multiple accounts. I'm watching, so I know who I'm going to target if they don't raise their hands. If not, so we can check. Okay, thank you. You've connected to public Wi-Fi without thinking twice. In fact, check your phones right now. What's the Wi-Fi name for the conference? Convention Wi-Fi. No, check your Wi-Fi. There are two of them. One is fake, one is real. One is mine, the other is not. Check. How many do you see? Pardon? 2. Which is real? Which one will you go for? Go for it. Just click on it. You'll see what I want to show you. Yeah, I know. Enough guys are actually going to the fake one. So I can see a few Android phones. I'm trying to see which exact phone it is, actually. It's on the list. It should be on the list here. Yeah, but you're going there, it still gives you internet. But do you know what? I'm giving you the internet from the conference Wi-Fi. A new client, yes. Joshua, where are you? A16. Joshua. Oh, that's you. Okay. An Infinix Hot 60i. Who is that? That's you. Joshua really likes this. And then DJ Bobby. So if I want to really be malicious, let me cancel this before everybody starts connecting to things they don't want. If I really wanted to be malicious, everything that you're browsing, I'll first of all disconnect it from the original Wi-Fi. You cannot be able to connect to it. So you'll be forced to go to which one? The fake one. I could have actually renamed them the same name. So you'll be forced to go to the next best thing. Or your laptop, which already knew the original Wi-Fi as convention Wi-Fi with capital Wi-Fi, it will actually force you to go to another one which has the same name because it remembers, right? So Wi-Fi, and when you go to that Wi-Fi, basically everything you're doing can be seen by somebody else. Somebody could be me, could be somebody malicious out there. Well, if you click on a link in an email or WhatsApp without verifying it, okay? Because I've never clicked on links, okay? You posted something online and later you regretted it. And if we know software updates for about a week or months, it's a typical thing we do, right? Because you're like, it's okay, just an update. We'll finish it later, right? So that kind of digital landscape, things are becoming, just the way you actually protect your front door, your gate, and you lock them, same thing happens to your digital locks. AI is becoming a problem right now. As much as we use it for really good things, I use AI to be able to write code. I was at the airport yesterday with Jumbo Jet delaying as usual. I decided to write a program to be able to extract passwords just by putting your name. And that was written within 5 minutes using AI tools. And it's becoming so easy to be able to get that done. So we use it for the various things that we use it for is basically for chatbot, AI avatars. Right now we do social media work with it. You're writing your essays, you're writing your news with AI. You see people are writing even mistakes and publishing them in the hard copy newspapers, right? I don't know if you've seen that online. And people are doing them. Deloitte was fined for basically using AI to generate reports. And guess what? They were caught again just last week. No, a few days ago. They were caught doing it again, right? So we want to be lazy, but but you can also use AI to be able to generate what they call deepfakes. How many of you know how deepfakes works? So a deepfake is basically something like this. I took a picture of myself and I made myself to speak. It's what I wanted to do, even trying to convert myself into pictures, which is not me with a bigger nose, but it's okay. So you basically can give instructions for AI to be able to do some of this. This is called 2.2. One is actually a tool I paid, I think, almost $10 or something like that. You can take any picture of somebody, like I don't have time. Otherwise, I would have actually shown you how that works. So that is one. But if you look at something like this, I want you to just, can I get a mic? Briefly. Thank you. AI tools are able to now do things like this. Oh, is it working? Oh.
It replicates your move. Here's how you can use this insane video model for free. So this is 2.2 Animate, an open source video model built for character animation. It replicates your moves, expressions, and even lip sync. And on my last video, a lot of people got.
That is somebody who's able to replicate me and you in ways, even with actions. So you can imagine that happening to somebody out there. If you look at something like this,
now I can reach my granddaughter anytime. She will soon be tired of me.
it's actually a friend of mine called Malik Afegboa. Today is actually his birthday. He created that video and he did this as well.
dance unto the Lord, for he is good. You can't catch me.
Oh, these are real people. These are grandmother's friends of his in a village who he actually animated that way. This video, none of these people you're seeing in this video is real.
Welcome to a non-existent car show. Let's see some opinions.
I mean, man, the acceleration is crazy. You look far, step on the pedal, and you are there.
I feel safe with him in an SUV, and it seems to be.
Sorry. We don't want to drive gas. Kind of a just what you're really seeing is that technology is going to be very, very important.
Would you believe that if you see it in a video? If I didn't tell you, you're going to believe it, right? So that's how much AI is becoming a problem. And it's becoming a problem to the fact that people are using it in real crime. And next year, I think we need to be ready to be able to actually determine what is real and what is fake. There's somebody who actually was scammed where they were supposed to do an acquisition of a company from Japan or Korea, I think. When they're doing that acquisition, the CEOs had traveled, CEO, COO, and a head of risk. They travel out of the country. Somebody got, the CFO got an email saying, we are supposed to do the acquisition. These are their bank accounts to transfer to because of different jurisdictions that you're part of. CFO is like, nah, that looks a bit too fake. Can you please make sure, can we get on a Zoom call to have a conversation? Guess what? He was the only real person on that call. Everybody else was fake. That's how much AI is being able to do a lot of things. If you look at the movie G20 on Netflix, it depicts how much AI is going to be used in a lot of political gain. Marco Rubio, U.S. Secretary of State, was actually impersonated some time back of a similar thing. We actually try to see voice changes, trying to look at the lip syncs and the likes, but it could be quite difficult to be able to determine if something is real or something is fake. And those are some of the tools. I'll share the presentation with the team so that you can actually get to see some of the tools you need to be able to look at when you want to actually spot out deepfakes. If you look at all of this list here, from applications, data tools, users, customers, IoT, what is the most scariest thing, or what do you think will be the top 2 priority you have for yourself in the work you do every day? I'm scared of the last one. IoT. Anyone? Just shout from where you are. We have applications, we have data, we have users, we have customers. Hello? Guys, this is not a lecture, so I like to engage. Yes? Data, okay. That's the first one. What's the second one you will actually be concerned about? Number 5, okay. Anyone else? Pardon? Number 4, yeah, your customers, yeah. Users, right? So in everybody's line of work, you all have different priorities. The reason why I am scared of the number 5 is because almost all the TVs we have in the house can be hacked. It's very easy to be able to hack TVs remotely, where you can change channels. You can use that device now to start scanning the entire network from remotely. There'll be no time to show that today. Otherwise, I would have been able to show you. So they say, how much is hack systems professionals hack what? People, because systems hacking is becoming a little bit not that difficult. So far as you have a particular code that can exploit a system, you can't be able to hack that. People hacking is where professionals go to, because if I hack you, I can use you to be able to actually do anything and everything. What did you have for tea when you had a break? I'm just asking. It's a simple question. When we had a break before the presentation right now, what did you have? Okay. Could you ask the person next to you what he had as well? Tea and cake. Why do you think he gave you that information? Because it's trusted, right? They're on the same table. Even if they don't know each other, you will share that information simply because you're in the same table, same room, you're of the same category of people. That's how we work. That's how computer hacking works. You just need to hack one machine, because that computer or machine is trusted in the network to know that anything that anybody asks for on that same network is easy to be able to what? To get that information out. So the things that we will actually use to hack it, when I say we, I'm only representing hackers potentially for now, hypothetically. Hello, I'm not a hacker, all right? So we have things like your both name. Both your names can be used. I have a tool here, which if I write both your names, it summarizes everything about you. All your social media account, Facebook, Instagram, whatever it is that I need to know about you. Summary of who is Annette. Does Annette have a history somewhere? What was Annette mentioned in somewhere? I don't know, right? And give me even a sample pictures to pick from to be able to find out if she's the one. We look at your correlating that with the date of birth, your PII, your personal identifiable information. We post so much on social media. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Those selfies you take can actually form a basis to understand exactly what is your birthday or how old you are. I'm going to show you how that works. Then we have things like a telemetry, which basically that's your pattern of actually how you are. If you follow me on Instagram, I'm a meme guy. I always post what? Memes and memes and memes and memes. That's the part of my stylometry. So if you send me a meme link, I might not think too fast before I click it. Does that make sense? Because you understand my stylometry. IP addresses, that's everything. Every website you go to picks up your IP addresses, your browser fingerprint, all the cookies you accept. You don't have to accept all of them. You know that, right? Because when the cookies you accept, let me tell you what cookies do. When you browse a particular website, pardon? Cookies, yeah, let me explain. When you go to a website, let's say you go to LCYKiki website, you're shopping for what? Shoes. So when you look at shoes, different type of shoes you're clicking, how fast you click, how you're logged in, all of that is packaged as a cookie. So when you come back again, the browser or that page knows, Annette is looking, I'm using Annette because you're the only name I know right now. I'll go to someone else, don't worry. Annette is looking for shoes that are short or high heels and they're black, okay? So it gives an experience. So next time you're shopping for another shoe somewhere else, you start getting those alerts and all of those kind of ads. But you see, a cookie browsing moment is called a session. Are we together? So if I can grab your session, I can basically log in as you. That's how we hack social media. We grab what? Your browsing moment. So if you're on an app, the cookies are being kept somewhere. If you're logging into a website, cookies are being kept what? Somewhere. So far the cookie does not expire, meaning you've not closed the browser, that can be copied by somebody and logged in as you. When I log in as you, what can I do? I can do everything as you. I can change your password. I can change your phone number to recovery password, recovery number. You can change anything. So hackers try to find ways to grab your cookie moment. That's why if you ever get hacked, the first thing you do is to clear your browser cache and cookies. Hello? If you ever get hacked or you feel you've been hacked, you do what? You clear your browser cache and cookies. On phone, on whatever it is, go to the cache and cookies. Just make sure you delete those quickly. That way you've disconnected the hacker from your device. I'll show you. But it's just, otherwise you should chat GPT that. Right? Anyway, so we have email. Yes. Incognito, that can work as well, but there are also ways to bypass that. Even if you have two-step verification, we have tools to be able to do that. There's always somebody looking for another way to be able to get that out. That's why sometimes some websites don't know how to keep your cookies safe. That's why I don't accept all cookies. Unless the website completely says that you have to browse with cookies, then you don't have to. Cool? Your email address has a lot about you. How many of you have email addresses for your everyday life? You all have a Gmail account somewhere, right? You all use the Gmail to log into your Android devices. Your email is logged into your phone. That same email is what you use for your banking. That same email is what you use for your WhatsApp. If you have two-step verification, that is. If you don't have that, please activate that now. You have the email for what? Almost everything you do. That's why if you forget everything I've said today, please at least remember how to secure your emails. Is that cool? Because everything is on to what? Email. And location details. People think triangulation does not mean you can actually get tracked to the exact location. You can never get triangulation to the what? Exact locate. It can say you are around Shanzu, you're around this area, but it's because the base transmission stations that are around, it looks at the 3 of them and says, Bright is around this area. I'm going to show you a different way of how hackers can track you down. Only because you click on a link, I'll be able to demonstrate that to you. And of course, your names that you leave are there, the guard books. So no one ever thinks they'll become a victim of a cyber attack until it happens to them. Is the reason why we want to be what? Proactive rather than being reactive. That does not mean reactivity is not going to happen. You have to be reactive at a point in time, because sometimes you just can't avoid it. Even I've been hacked before. You know how I got hacked? I was at the airport rushing to go to Ghana, and I needed a visa for, was it Zambia? Zambia, yes. So when you Google Zambia immigration visa, the first ad that shows, I clicked on it. So never click on the ads. The ads could be fake, because even the hackers are propagating that kind of ads for you to see that first. So it shows zambiaimmigration.org, which is fake. It's supposed to be what? No, .gov. It's a government website. So I click on the wrong one, and I made payments quickly, then I got on a flight. Then I'm like, oh my God, why is the Singapore number sending me a WhatsApp message? Why Singapore? Zambia, Singapore? I'm like, did they outsource their immigration services? And the guys were good. They actually wrote, we are representing the Zambian government to issue you a visa. But then $200 is gone. That was just before the dollar changed. So I lost a lot of money. So that was a reactive moment. I canceled my card quickly before I got onto the plane. So it happens. So some of the risk versus impact, I'm not going to go through the entire list, but client list, financial details, your reputation, it's all at risk, which can actually impact your organization or whatever you do. And we are facing an ecosystem. You're not facing people who are just hackers in the basement anymore. You're facing what? An ecosystem, because hackers are forming groups. They're forming alliances. They even know how to be able to make sure. What's your name, sir? Greg. Where do you drink? If you drink. Okay, you don't drink. Okay, where do your friends drink? Social, do they drink close to the office? Great. So if they drink close to the office, they'll target someone like your friends or you at an area where they know you drink or you go to. Meaning if I pick details of where you have been going to very frequently, that's where I will come to social engineer, somebody from that office, and say, you've been paid 100,000 Kenyan shillings. I can pay you 5 times that. All you need to do is to plug in one flash drive. I'm talking about things that we have done. My team and I, that is, we've actually done that before. We hacked a whole bank just because the head of IT is always drinking at Brew Bistro. That's the easiest way to actually, oh yeah, he likes tall, light-skinned women. So I took 3 ladies with me, 2 his type, 1 also his type, Gong Road, the Brew Bistro there. Then I took it and I hit his drink. He can't get pissed off at me. Why? The ladies. That's a big distraction. He cannot help it. If you look at his entire social media, those are the kind of women he likes. Those are the kind of pictures he posts. Those are the kind of pictures he likes the most, because I analyze the social media properly. And I told the ladies, just get an internship. Send your work for graduation to him. He will analyze. And he gave all the details, what antivirus they use, how the network is. You know, he's boastful as well. His ego, here. And then I bought a full bottle for him. There's no guy. Dude, you know that. I will not see you at the club and just because I just met you right now, I buy a full bottle of whiskey, which is what he drinks. I need to Johnny Walker. That's what he likes. So he actually bought a drink for him. It was an operation. Then he gave all the information, and I was moving around. I bought another bottle. And alcohol is the easiest way. Alcohol, women, I'm sorry. It worked for that particular profile. So we profiled him. Pardon? No. It was actually a whole operation with this. So he actually gave all the information. So we sent him a malware. 1, 2, we had to send one to his secretary, which he boasted about. So that was a plan B. Plan A was him. So we sent an executable file to him, to a project. He opened the project, he analyzed it, he even replied to the chick. Yeah, you know, you should add a few features here and there. At that time, we had everything on this machine. That was the easiest way we were able to hack a bank in Kenya. And sometimes hacking goes beyond just the software part of things. We have what you call what? Hardware hacking. What you see on the left side is called the Hack 5 kit. Is Wi-Fi hacking toolkit. It's got network hacking toolkit. It has USB flash drives you can plug into your network. It has devices that I can send a cleaner to plug into the big PCs before you come to the office. We've done that again before for a betting company. Walk into the office. We got them much earlier. We wanted to see the CFO. We knew she was not going to be around. Why? We got the CFO to go for another meeting somewhere. And we walked in because she was the only person who knew who I was. So I had to get out of the office. Anyway, I had to do my due diligence. Then we have the Crazy Radio. Crazy Radio can intercept the traffic between your mouse and the keyboard. The wireless mouse that is there will be the easiest way I can use to hack his machine, because it can actually send commands to his computer. When I say commands, I mean disable his keyboard, get him to connect to a fake Wi-Fi which I've connected, which is unencrypted, download a malware to his computer and run it silently. It only takes 10 seconds of distraction. Hello? The Author is a watch. I usually have it with me, but I don't have it today. That can actually de-authenticate you from the original Wi-Fi that you were on earlier on. Then you can connect to the fake one. All of those are not dangerous. No, I don't like those ones. I barely use them. The one that I use is this. This is my ultimate device that I walk around with. I can control this projector with this. We can try at the end of this presentation. I can control AC with this. I can control digital science with this. If you check your phones right now, some of you might be seeing a Bluetooth sync being able to actually pop up on your screen because of proximity. I have a booster actually in the bag. I could have boosted to the entire room. Can you see? Anybody? There's a Bluetooth device trying to come to your screen to connect. The reason why I'm trying to do that, what's your name? Pardon? Hilda. When I want to listen to conversations on your table, that's what I'll do. I'll keep on doing that to the point where you have to disconnect Bluetooth, and when you reconnect again, you connect to a fake one. And when you connect to a fake Bluetooth device in the room, which will be the strongest, I'll make sure that I can listen to any conversation in the room because your device will be able to actually broadcast Bluetooth. So this here is crazy powerful. It's called a Flipper Zero. Google about it. $200. You can actually clone car keys. So most of the car keys that you have, you know the car keys that you have an extra key that you go to get, not the one that comes with the car. Those are the easiest to clone. But someone in Russia found a way to be able to put a new firmware, allowing you to be able to clone Chrysler, Audi, BMW, and all of that. I don't have that one yet. Same device, just a different firmware. This right here is the one that you guys will have to avoid. In the work you do, you can't accept every cable. They look the same. But this is the fake one, the black one. However, the black one will actually charge if I plug it in here. To charge a phone, so I come to you and I say, oh, Hilda, could you just charge your phone for me? Can you see? It's charging, right? But if you check your Wi-Fi again, check your Wi-Fi. There's a new Wi-Fi I've introduced into the room called OMG. Can you see? Have you seen the OMG? That OMG is actually not needed for the phone, but this is at the whole antenna. The OMG is basically what I can remotely send commands to your laptop just because they have the cable plugged into your computer. Are we together? So cables people give to you to charge your phones, airports you go to, that you are charging in Dubai and all of those places, please avoid what? Them. Because the charging ports are places for you to silently siphon data from your phone. Are we together? Hello? So, I've not started presenting. I've not started presenting yet. Oh no, I've not started yet. I'm about to start. That was just introduction. One of the biggest things you're going to face is called a business email compromise, and I'll demonstrate to you how business email compromise is going to affect your work. You receive emails, you receive documents, you process details, you send out details, right? And that way, you're going to be getting a lot of details because there'll be inconsistent links, there'll be generic salutation of messages, there'll be tone or grammatical error, but these days, they don't happen anymore. Why? Because we have what? ChatGPT, right? An unusual request that will come from people. So I'm going to walk you through the mindset of a hacker, how a hack happens in this modern day, and we get to see how that works. Is that okay? This is a part I like to roll up my sleeve because it's the most exciting part of any presentation that I ever get to do. Is that okay? So I know some of you would like to take some notes, but it will be pretty fast. So I'll just give you the commands after. That's cool? The first thing any hacker wants to be able to do is to be able to use what we call Google. Google is a highway for hacking because it's the easiest way to be able to get any information that you want to get. So if I put, say, site KE, file type, say XLS, and I say salary, this basically say search every .ke website, any Microsoft Excel sheet that has the word salary in them, okay? So all of this you're seeing a document that has salary details. So Kisi County, the salary for everybody is in that Microsoft Word document, that Excel document. I know you want to see it. I know you're curious, but I don't have Microsoft Word on this, Excel on this. Now, what we do, we have something we do is called fuzzing. Fuzzing is basically being able to fuzz. This is the 2020/05. We fuzz to see, give me 2021/01, 2022/02 or 03 or 01, 04, and we try to find out which one actually has any detail that we can get. Same thing if you say you're looking for a particular company. Give me a company name. And let's just say Safaricom. It's always boring. Pardon? Spelling SHC. Pardon? Great. I have some. Okay. So if you look at Shofco, I mean, I'm not hacking Shofco, but I want to find out what documents do they have on your website? You have a lot of PDFs, do you? Information that is there. So if I want to understand what they do, the easiest way for me to do is to be able to put something like this and say, give me anything at Shofco. Oh, sorry. And it brings me PDF documents that I have to read about. I'm doing the easier, slower version of things. There are better tools to be able to do this. So you want to find out where there's an email at Shofco or Shofco has been mentioned somewhere, but it narrows down the searches from many pages to something that I can see narrowly. Are we together? Okay, that is one way. There are many ways to be able to do this. If I say that I want to find out anything at Hotmail, at Gmail, at Yahoo, which has a combination of account plus password and Netflix, you don't have to pay for Netflix anymore because somebody has already stolen them. You just have to borrow. You're what? Borrowing. You're not stealing. You're what? Good, good, good. So we look at some of those details, and you might actually get some of those details for free because somebody has done it already. So those are some of the easiest way. We call that Google Docking. It's actually thousands of scripts for you to be able to do that. Some have even been written by Kenyans. Some of my students have written new ones that have been published. And there's a lot. If you learn how to use Google Docking, you as journalists or people who write, you'll be able to do research so well, you have no idea. It's called Google what? Docking. So look at all of these types. Even things that are cached format, a cache or cache format means that it has been deleted by Google or somebody deleted it, but you can actually get a historical version of it. Are we together? Even if it's been deleted. So master Google Docking, you will get a lot of information that you're looking for. You can say that I'm looking for a document that has the word Annette plus Shofco together in a PDF document that was published 3 years ago. Does that make sense? So you can be very specific as to what you're looking for. Or let's even on a website that has details. So those are some of the things. I'll add a few others to the document for you to be able to have, because I know you can't remember. Because something like this is saying, I want to search every PDF, doc, RTF, PPT, whatever it is you're looking for, and have the keyword that you're looking for there, right? So that is one entity. If you're looking at tools that be able to do this, there's quite a number of tools. These are very few of them as a list when you're trying to do what you call open source intelligence. This is something I like doing a lot when trying to investigate anything or understand people. The tools can be able to help you to do username search, For example, it shows me how to be able to do username search by filtering out tools that I can use. But that's what I'm interested in. I want to know. I forget things, so I'm just doing things on the fly. Can I get another company? Pardon? Let's go to something like, say, KPLC, right? Since the key like putting power off, let's find out what KPLC is all about. Are they here? Nobody else? Kengen. Okay. Kengen, KPLC, whatever it is. So if I go to kplc.co.ke, I want to find out, this is their website, right? Is there any other website we can use? Is that Media Council of Kenya? AGJK Kenya. Pardon? Great. So when you see this, first of all, I'm trying to do things on the randomly. So when you see this animation and I send that video to you, will you believe it or not? I've sent a video to you. This is how to register on their website. Then I send you a recording of the screen. Will you believe it or not? Great. You believe it because it's real. But if somebody does this, I copy this command and I right click and I say inspect, and in the next few seconds, whatever I've put there says that we can change anything on their website right now. And it's still animating. Don't believe what you see, okay? Because it is all fake. But you see, I'm only doing that because I want to do a live editing saying you have been hacked. And instead of recording to somebody, because that will trigger you. See how you all reacted? That's what I want you to react. So you'll see that and be like, oh my God, let me click on it and see if it's what? The real thing. I'm going to show you why some of them can be faked as well. So this is one way. If I pick something like KPLC, which is not going through, why? I don't know. And I go to something like this, I want to find out how does KPLC emails look like? Because when I do this, there's KPLC, this shows you almost all the emails from every single source that it tells me about KPLC. Now, if you look at the emails, you can see there's a pattern, right? So let's take, for example, let's look for somebody at KPLC. So if you see Human Resource Department of KPLC, this is also Google Docking to find people who actually work at the company and say, I'm looking for human resource. So Lydia Mokaya, what will be Lydia Mokaya's email? You see, you guys are hackers. Why are you being stressed? That's how you have to think, right? So it's El Mokaya. So it's very easy for me to be able to profile. But what we look for is things like this. Customer Care Mombasa. We look for things like register. We look for things like support. We look for things like help, if there is. We look for such keywords because the easiest people to target in any organization is sales, marketing, finance, procurement, HR, right? Pardon? Why? Because they open documents faster. A sales guy or a salesperson really wants to make sales. If I tell the salesperson right now that this deal is about to go down, you better apply now. They'll click on that faster than anyone, right or wrong? Right? HR might take some time because they're bougie. You know how HR are. Finance, they have Maringo. Am I right or wrong? Is there any finance here? Yeah, okay. Finance usually have Maringo, so they don't like to open documents. You have to beg them. So they might not be the people to go for first. You go for sales or procurement. Anyway, so when you have such things, you have this information. Can I get another company? Pardon? It's boring. I've used Safaricom too many times. I don't like using Safaricom. It's such a boring example. Pardon? X. Let's use something local here in Kenya. Pardon? Women's Center. Like this. Ruben Center. Okay, great. So I don't know if anybody at Ruben Center has been compromised before or not. How many computers do you have? A lot. Such as? Pardon? I don't know. I'm just checking. Oh, great. How much are you going to pay me for this? It's a paid service. So, Ruben Center was actually hacked in 2021, and that file was dumped. And also, if you search properly, somebody from Ruben Center, their password has leaked, and that's the password. Can I get water? Is anyone that is... Oh, no, it gets better. It gets better. People at Ruben Center have been using their portal, their accounts. Thank you. They've been using their account for third-party services. Third-party services, I'm talking about what? Squarespace, UN Habitat, and a number of them. I like liquids away from the laptop, so I've had bad experiences, so I'd rather keep it somewhere very far. Do you want to see? You guys are very dangerous. So somebody at Ruben Center decided to launch on TikTok, global giving. So when I want to profile, any from Ruben Center? Oh, okay. So if I want to actually target them, I have to use something to entice them to click on it, right? So I'm looking for those passwords, or the ones that I hear, I can extract all of them. This is just one of them. There are so many. There are so many that they're all in these databases. So I can try to profile them to find out. Also, yeah. Also, we have emails. So info. Where's Greg? Oh, that's Greg. Greg, are you ready? So now we know we have Greg. We're going to force an email from Greg to somebody else. Is that okay? Okay, so we're going to try that out. But before I force an email from Greg, I need to freak out the other person to believe Greg's account was hacked, or to make it look like Greg was the one who sent the email, because when Greg shows his name, somebody will respond to it very fast. Are we together? So after profiling that, we can see that all of these websites, can we pick a few of them? Gmail, Fabo, Global Living, Score Exchange. I don't know what this Android is, Twitter, Live. Can I unlock? No, I'll give it to you for free. I'm not charging you for this. So when you actually unlock this particular info or Ruben, the password they've used, or even Greg, what you used some time back, this means your browser was hacked and that password was extracted, but you had no idea. So if you've used, he's a Liverpool fan. So basically, all of these are the dark web, some of the deep web. So we have this. I can give you the entire list at no cost because I'm here now. I'm doing this for free now, for service. I'll give you the entire list. You go back to your team, check who is still using any of those passwords on any of those portals, change them immediately. Some of them have been changed, some of them have left, but I'll give you the entire list, so remind me. So there's third parties, sometimes you say customers, but hey, this is not bad. I've seen worse. Let's put our very good friend KPLC. Pardon? Sidian. Do you work at Sidian Bank? Does he work at Sidian? Okay, then let's look. See, 54,000. So you're not bad. Like I said, you're not bad. This is 99 plus for third-party portals of employees of that company, even their e-newspaper. So sometimes you don't have to pay for some of these things. You just have to come look who has. And then we can request for removal. I can help you for the removal of the ones that are there. So these are pages that you can use to be able to do that. So we have information about who we want. We have the way to be able to compromise the website to make it look real. And there are ways people can be able to what? Impersonate you. Are we together? So if this is Ruben Center and I did the same thing I did before by being able to change the website, I have to find a way to be able to get Greg to send that email. Are we together? But there are two things that I'll do. Greg, what's your other name? B-A-K-E. Do you have a Gmail account? What is it? Gregory Barake. Like that. At gmail.com. Right? Can I borrow another email? Another Gmail? Yes. But you're from the same company. Yeah. No, but you're from the same place. I want somebody else. Wairimu Susan 511, right? At gmail.com. Okay. So, assuming this is company A. Okay. Greg is sending an invoice for supplies, right? To Susan. Susan is finance of company B. First of all, when I see something like this, knowing that Greg has an email at Gregory at, but the best thing to do is to have two names, not one name, for emails. It's better to be able to identify you by your two names than just one name. So make sure you change that, or you can actually have an alias. So when you usually see this at Ruben Center, we actually have something we call typo squatting. The typo squatting, have I been squatted? So typo squatting is to be able to find out if there's any other permutation of Ruben Center that somebody has registered or not. Does that make sense? If you check this for like Betika and the likes, you'll see people have registered another Betika, looks so similar. The only thing they change is like the I to 1, or they change something very tiny, and they even protected that server because they're using that to scam other people. So this you can actually check to see, there's no results yet, but you can see, has anybody registered another rubencenter.co.ke, which was not yours, and use that to send to UN Habitat or something, because people can do that. There are malicious people out there. So it's good to check to see if somebody has registered another domain looking like Ruben what? Center. So once we have that, most of the time what you find is they'll have the same Gregory, but they can put it at mail.com. Are we together? This is the most common version. They use this to send an email to Wairimu at gmail.com or something. But every time you want to reply, it goes to the scammer of the similar domain. Are we following? I'm going to demonstrate to you. I just want you to get the concept first. That actually happened to a company where company A was saying that this is our PDF, this is the invoice for the supplies, 15.5 million, by the way. So company B was like, hey, this looks a bit fishy. So they called us in because they've been getting such similar details. When we analyzed, when you want to reply, going to let's call the person Wairimu Susan at Shofco, but they changed the Shofco. You see, Shofco, you can actually, the way I was spelling it wrong. So somebody misspelled it, and they said, no, so it's going to the new person. And that person is actually replying with new thread. Say, no, our bank account, in fact, has a problem. So this is the new bank account details. Same document, but what? New bank account details. Are we together? Now let me show you how that works. But before that, people can get information about you. And Greg, I'm going to do this for you for free. Again, it's a website called OSIT Industries. And OSIT Industries is basically, if I want to find out who Gregory is, I've paid for this website. Excuse me. Let me supercharge this for now. And I want to find out who is Gregory, who is Susan as well. I'll not show anything confidential, so don't worry. And this shows me it goes through so many sources, which what you call data brokers. Those data brokers have basically packed your data and they've actually harnessed them into one spot. So, nothing much. This place called HIBP is called Have I Been Pwned? It's a website you all need to go to check if you have been hacked before. So if I look at this, for example, if I go to this publicly, anybody can check to see, has Greg been hacked before? So not necessarily you have been hacked, but a third party was hacked and your details are there. Does that make sense? So if you check this and yours is there, whatever password you've used on that website, you need to what? Change it. So somebody was compromised, a third party, and your password is there. Do you want to see the password you've used? Okay, but you can see it later. I'll not show it, but I'll show you that it actually exists. So if I put it here, this shows me that the password is somewhere here. Okay, I didn't open it, that's why you can't see. But somewhere, or even your phone number could be part of this. You don't see your phone number? Okay. So maybe the phone number is there, or maybe it's not. So at the time, you're 22. The phone number is correct? Okay. And I don't know if other people are part of it, because now I'm seeing Richard Mokaya, can put a girlfriend there. Oh, Daystar University. Oh, that's my alma mater. So this is a document, a database that somebody who has been compromised, your data seems to be there. Are we together? So there's ways to be able to piece all of this together, to be able to get that information. But see me after this, I'll tell you the password you've used on that website. So if you're still using that password, you need to change it. So we have that information. So have I been pwned? Please use it to check for yourself to see. But when I do this, it basically finds out details about who Greg is. There's nothing much on that email, which is good. Only that there's some data brokers or other kind of password stealers that stole from your browser. So when you get home or the laptop, your cache and cookies, clear them. Change those passwords if you have to. And it goes to give me, the only other thing that is connected to it is global, right? So I can use that as a way to be able to actually convince you. If I click on Google Maps, it might show you where you have been, but I'm not going to click on that. Susan as well, a few details can map out to know who Susan is. It's only Upwork that is there for now that I can see. And then picture of you. But the thing is that really you? Because there are ways to be able to verify if that is really you, where you go to a place called what'smyname.app. So what'smyname.app is a place where you can put a name. I'll say Bright Gamely, for example, and if you solve the challenges here of bucket here, it basically goes to search the entire internet where the combination of those two names could be username or could be both names. Are we together? Again, this is just profiling a particular person to understand who they are before you even send an email. You can now do what we call a reverse image search. So with this website called PimEyes, you basically can do this for yourself. Take a picture of yourself. And for free, this is not even the paid version. You can do a reverse image search to find out exactly where your picture has been used. Similar thing happened to a lady in Kenya, in Nairobi, where her pictures were being used on an escort website, another pornography website, by the ex-boyfriend. She had no idea. So in the morning, she's getting messages like, hey, how much for 3 hours? You know, how much for a day? And the only way we could find out where these things were coming from was to do a reverse image search to find out which page. So you sometimes have to do this to find out where your picture's being used, because you don't know where your pictures are being used on some website. Because I didn't know I was publishing a Chinese website when Jack Ma came to Kenya. I was just in the selfie here, right? So you can do a reverse image search. There are many tools to do this. I'm only giving you one of the many, right? Same thing, we know how people take a picture of a place, and then you can't tell the detail. So there's one called, oh my God, I've forgotten. I've just forgotten right now. Which can do a reverse image search of pictures. Oh, GeoSpy AI. That's one. And then there's also Lenso. Lenso is free-ish. So you can drop and paste a picture in Lenso and it'll tell you if it can identify various details in the background. But it's not as accurate as GeoSpy. GeoSpy is now, even the corner of the picture like that, it was able to identify the details of exactly where that picture is. It has images of almost anything, but it's quite expensive because it's mostly for law enforcement and governments. Are we together? So this is what AI tools are out there that are able to do. So we have information. You have something like this, which is able to pick up information about people. Now it's time to be able to see if we can force an email from one person to the other. Are we together? Okay. I know my time is almost up, so let me just, okay. So there are three things that we are going to do quickly. Terminal. One is to say, sorry. It's almost done. I want us to be able to get to how to protect yourself because I don't want to just leave you high and dry. One is to say we have Gregory's email. When we send an email from him to who? Let's say myself. I have an email that I use for demonstration because I want you guys to see. It's called Zidnight Owl. Don't ask why that name. It's just a name. Just an email. So Zidnight Owl is basically receiving the email. What should the subject be? Pardon? Conference. So conference materials. Kindly find attached the conference materials for your usage or something like that, or usages, whatever it is. So that gets sent to me, and if we are lucky, it might go through. Maybe, I don't know. We'll check. The second one is to send an email from Gregory to Zidnight Owl, but every time I want to reply, it goes to Susan. Are we together? The way I give you that scenario. So we still copy Gregory's email. These are tools that I write on the fly. Receiver is me. Reply to is who? Susan, who is basically the hacker in this case, and say subject is invoice for processing. Kindly find attached the invoice for processing. Okay. The last one is to make it look like every time somebody sees the name Gregory, Barake, they actually just believe it's something that is real, right? So the other one is to be able to make sure it actually comes from his email. Sorry. Where the email that we're sending to is this, Zidnight Owl. But the sender's name is who? Or let's say Susan Wairimu. Subject is what? Lunch voucher. Kindly pick your voucher at the exit. And let's hope that works. Oops. It has failed. Anyway, but let's get to see if the others are there. Greg, did you send these emails? If I open conference materials, it's actually your image that is there. That's yours, right? If I click, what you need to look out for, please pay attention to this, is to click on the drop down here. You see what it says, send via what? SendGrid. And SendGrid is legit. It's what KRA uses even to send massive emails. So for the mass mailing is the cheapest way to be able to send an email. So I copied the code from there to be able to actually impersonate your Gmail. If I reply, you will actually get this. And now is when it's going to come to your inbox. The other one was what? His email. But look what happens when it says the reply to. Please always pay attention to that one. The reply to is the changes that hackers are making these days. So every time the person who wants to reply, it will go to a similar email like Gregory, but it's going to somebody else. Are we together? So here, when I say reply, who is this going to? Going to Susan. And now Susan will get that email thinking that it's actually, I mean, if it was done in an ideal way, people actually can create such a thing. Has it come, Greg? Pardon? Now, if I really want to be able to make sure things work, what I have to do is to be able to convince Greg or Annette or somebody to open that file. So we can say this is Google Drive, right? I've copied Google Drive and I want to share a particular link, which most of you have ever seen, right? I've copied the link and I close this Google Drive so it's not there anymore. What hackers will do is to send you things either with Google Drive or with WhatsApp or a redirect to a WhatsApp group, which will actually go to the real WhatsApp group, or those promotional website groups that are there, or Telegram, for example, or even a customized link like your website, like Ruben Center, to make it look like it's actually Ruben Center. But I have to be very clever about this. So basically, I'll put, say, one Google Drive. Hope this is running. And when I put that Google Drive, I want you to actually see the real content of that page. So once that has started, this creates for me a link like this. But I know by now, all of you can see that is fake, right or wrong? Right? I mean, it looks very obvious, it's fake. You're not going to open it, would you? But what I want to do is to be able to be a little bit clever about this, where we do something where I will basically make sure it looks real and say Ruben Center, like that. Okay, like this. Oh, the first E, like this. But the Ruben Center is like that. Okay. So if I say staff meeting, there's a very high chance somebody will open that. So this tool basically gets to create a new link for me, but it makes sure it starts with HTTPS to make you look believable, and also has to start with your domain. Because then once you see the first domain, everybody believes whatever is after that is real. So you see it has given me rubencenter.org-staff meeting, which is not real. So I'll copy the second one. I like using this one a lot because I copied the RU. Somebody will think that is Russia. And when I paste this in on the website, it actually opens for me the real Google Drive link, a Google Drive link saying you what? You need permission. How many of you have seen this before? What do? You request, because it's a very good thing. What do you just click on? Allow. If you don't allow, it will keep on refreshing. And it shows you the real Google Drive link, right or wrong. So to you, you're reading the document. To you, you're seeing the pictures. In the background, this is what the hacker can see. Everything about your laptop, details, even location, up to 10 meters of where you are. So let's put this GPS location and see. It tells us which part of the hotel are we at Pride Inn. This is a corner. There we are. Hello. And this can happen in the background. I'm showing you what the live version is. This is a live version of it. Because an easier way for me to be able to pick information, if I was to get Ruben's phone number, for example, would have been this. I don't have the licensed version now. This is my phone number. When I try to run this against a phone number or an organization, I can pick everything. When I say everything, this is how it will show me. Age, what I like, I'm a wine lover, my WhatsApp groups, details about me. It maps out my entire life, nice and easy. Social media accounts, anything that I've posted, my family. It can even say extract only the kids' pictures from all of these results. Extract, basically you can map out somebody's entire life like this just because of what? One phone number. Hello? Are we safe? And these are details that are out there. So you can map out to say, give me potential family tree. It will actually map out the family tree. So your friends, your families, whoever it is, who do I talk to the most? If I go to something like, say, something that you might actually use, it's called Aware Online. This website called Aware Online. You can use Aware Online to be able to filter out things like Twitter handles. Who do I talk to very frequently? The first tweet, last tweet, between a particular date and time. You can actually use this for a lot of research. It has a lot of combination of tools. So there are too many ways to be able to actually profile a person or to be able to get information about them. And that is the world we live in right now. So how do you protect ourselves? Protection of yourself is to basically find ways to make sure that you don't share a lot of information about yourself. But the first thing to start with is email. Two-step verification is necessary for everything you do. So your Instagram, your X account, your LinkedIn, please activate the two-step verification, but especially with your what? Emails. With the authenticator. The authenticator, if it's not there for your Gmail or whatever it is, there's a very high chance somebody will actually get your password, like I showed you earlier on, and be able to extract information. So two-step verification with what? Authenticator for your email. Make sure that you actually have what you call Google Backup code. So the backup codes looks like this. There are 10 sets of code that Google gives you. Download it, cut it, print it out, and keep it under your pillow. Because the day you lose access to your phone, the day you lose access to your phone and laptops and everything, you should be able to quickly be able to get back up and running with a different device. Nice and easy because you have the what? Backup code. I think almost every social media platform have backup codes as well. So keep them somewhere or share with somebody you trust. Keyword is trust, and be able to keep that there. So if you secure at least your email, you've done more than 80% of your security because everything is what? Linked to your email. Same thing, if you go to how strong is my password, the first link it gives you, called security.org, basically shows how strong your password is. Assuming that you want to see, let's put, say, Ruben Center is a password, right? How long will it take the slowest computer to crack that password? To take a day, okay? Slowest computer. But see what happens when I put, let's say, Ruben Center, and I put a space between the Ruben and Center. That changes from 1 day to what? 54 years. Because of what? The space. So what I'm supposed to do is the Ruben Center is the best place in Kenya, 2025, then 2 exclamation marks. Make it a sentence, make it a phrase, because that makes your password pretty strong. Okay? Are we together? Now, we're human beings. There's no way you can remember all the passwords and everything, right? This is what you need, what you call a password manager. So password manager are encrypted vaults that you can actually use to actually keep your passwords in to make sure that you're always secure. The one that I would say you avoid a lot, LastPass. Please avoid it. They've been hacked too many times. It's not safe. Don't get to use LastPass. Are we together? So this is the one you avoid. The one I like using is called Bitwarden. It's one of the many. Google, the one for Apple is pretty good as well. Bitwarden is one of the ones that I use. So I keep all my passwords in that vault, and then I have one master password for everything. So with that, if you do all of these things and you can clear your cache and cookies, let me show you how to do that. See the three dots at the top right? You click on it. Some browsers will have this shortcut here, say delete data, but you might not see it. So go to what? Settings. Are we together? Then you type in the search place called cache or cache, or whichever it is, or cookies. The first part it brings to you there, say delete browsing what? Data. So you click on that and you say cookies and other sites or cache. You delete everything. Can I repeat? Can I repeat? Okay. So it's the three dots at the top right, whichever browser that is, click on it, go to what? Settings. Then you type what? Cache or cache, wherever you come from. And then you see browsing data. You delete that browsing data that you can. So that's the easiest way for you to be able to make sure if you feel you've been compromised, is the first thing you ever want to do. So before I stop there, one last thing of how people fake things. If you go to fake info, you know how those social media personnel keep on saying, oh, I spent 900,000 at Habanos and everything. Those are fake. But if I wanted to actually fake a message between Gregory and I basically can come to this fakeinfo.net and say, Gregory and I, we spoke at 2:49, and it says, I have the gun. And I add that message. Are we together? Then I'll reply and say, I will pick it up and mark it as read. But I want to make sure the battery percentage shows 90, and it was 10:04 p.m. And you can download this file to make it look like Gregory and I actually had a conversation, which we never did. Now, picture has been downloaded. How do we determine if this is real or fake? Can you tell if it is real? Real. I mean, if I do everything right, this is not Greg, right or wrong? So this is a website you go to. It's called Metadata to Go. Metadata to Go is a place you go to be able to actually inspect details about a particular file if it has any metadata, pictures, documents, and everything. If I pick, let me say view metadata, I'll pick a document that I have here. I picked this from the internet, and I wanted to find out who created this document, when was it created, when did they modify anything. So this is a random document, by the way, about the VAS report. And this can analyze that document and tell you details about the person who even created it and where you can actually get information from. And if you go through it properly, it was created by who? Songa Chris. He used what? Microsoft what? Office 365. So it's very easy to be able to pick information, be it a picture, video, metadata to go can give a lot of information. But if you have a file you've been sent, you have a link you've been sent, and you're not sure what it is, you go to a place called Virus Total. Virus what? Total. So there you can upload a file, you can upload a link. Let's say I want to choose the file that I just downloaded right now. This will actually confirm the upload. It will go through so many websites to be able to analyze the file and give us a result as to if the file is malicious or what, or not. So this one says undetected. Even if you have 48 undetected and one says detected, do not trust that file. Same thing as what? The links that we get. So make sure that you're able to actually use such websites and have a very basic cybersecurity hygiene. If you do all of those basic things, you actually will be secure. And that's basically what I have for you today when it comes to what the internet really is all about. I can go for the whole day, trust me. But I know we also press of time, so I'll stop there right now. Thank you so much. Yes.
We. Hebu pumueni. Breathe in. Breathe out. In again. That was mind blowing. 2 questions. Then we break. To skip lunch. And let's take 3, 4, and then.
Yeah, that was intense.
Thank you.
And yeah, thank you so much for that. I'm very concerned because I think you haven't mentioned it. How can someone, because I hear that someone can hack your phone and even get to your gallery, and even apart from your gallery, they can get to your private photos that you've saved on that private folder. I'm just asking on behalf of others. Yeah, I'm asking for a friend.
So let me just break that down for you quickly. I actually forgot to show that. Could you switch back to? So when you're downloading apps to your phone, the apps you download basically are able to actually start doing activities on your phone, fetch information and the likes. So typical example is loan apps. You know the loan apps, you give them access to your call logs, SMS log, and what contact list, because they want to be able to actually profile you to understand. What's your name? Stella. Does Stella talk to Gregory every day? Or has Stella and Gregory been talking? And all of a sudden, Stella is like, could you lend me, could I borrow 5,000 Kenya shillings? Right? So they know Gregory is the person to talk to in case they can't reach Stella. Are we together? So one of the companies in Kenya basically forgot, and one of the developers left everything online. So I was searching around, don't ask why, and I came across the entire database. This is what they have. So let me show you what they pick from your phones. Can anybody pick a number? User randomly. Pardon? 137, thank you. 37 has 2 devices. I'll go to device 2. And we can see these are the SMS details from the person's phone. This is what they collect. So these apps you keep on installing are the ones that are going to infect your phone and be able to fetch details about your pictures, SMSs, and everything. It's not as easy. Hello? It's not as easy as people think it is. This is a call log. It's not as easy as we think. It can be quite difficult, especially for newer phones and everything. But the easiest way I will hack your WhatsApp or messages is to get to your device, an app to your phone where I'm reading the notifications. So personally, I disable notifications on my WhatsApp. Let me open it before I can read. So if you send me a message, I want to open the message. I want to open WhatsApp, the app itself, then read the messages, not the notifications that are coming. Because most malwares that I see these days, they read the what? The notifications, because that is naturally not encrypted, even though WhatsApp is end-to-end encryption. Are we together? So if you ask me, disable the notifications, or you get things like this. This is called a zero trace phone. This basically anonymizes your entire life. So if you go to the apps they have, let's say between all of you, you can even have a particular kind of a server where every message that you go through, only through that encrypted channel. I actually have one. So my Telegram groups and everything are from here. It doesn't have any Gmail. It doesn't have any particular email that I use from here. The only email that I have is Proton Mail. So I don't join groups with my own details. If I'm making a phone call and somebody has a Stingray to try and listen to my call, because the tools are there, you can't, it will alert, it will actually feed back to that person and burst their ear. if they want to listen automatically. If a cell tower, somebody wants to pick up your details, it can. It's called a zero trace phone. Trace. It's about $1,000 if you add other features. So I walk around with, this is my secure phone. Yeah.
Okay, my name is John.
Hi, John.
It is too much, but I think with the time I'll get to it. I have a very serious question that is affecting my work at my workplace. I have, the good thing is you have an idea about Safaricom also.
Yes.
We have an LTE account.
Okay.
Over time, we've been using it for the past 4 years, only to realize that it was changed from the data account to a normal by an unknown individual.
Okay.
No communication to us, no nothing, and it has got, it is paid for.
Okay.
After following for some time, actually it has been disconnected and got a challenge because we are not able to stream on the online radio because that is what we depend. My question is, how can we get protected and where should I go to recover the money that we have already lost?
Well, that you have to pick with Safaricom support. I don't work for Safaricom.
Oh, I saw.
Oh, no, I'm representing them to be able to present for them, but I don't work at Safaricom.
All right.
Yeah.
So similarly, that happens.
If it happens, you basically have to pick up with the support. Either, there are many scenarios. Let me think like a bad guy. Either I paid somebody somewhere to change that detail, or I hack one of your computers or systems to be able to do that change. But the thing is, such kind of changes, you need to talk to the support to find out. There's a history. If somebody has changed it, they should be able to pick up that information for you. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Caroline.
Hi, Caroline.
This discussion is very timely.
Thank you.
The reason why I picked users as an issue where I would be very worried about is we are looking now at users using AI
Yes.
to do business processing. And I sit in an institution where I advise business on how to adopt AI tools.
Yeah.
And one of the things we were discussing yesterday is security, because now most of the staff are using LLMs to do their business processing.
That's true.
They are attaching company documents to process, to, make sense. of
Don't mind
data.
if I'm looking at the screen.
Yeah.
I'm listening. I'm just trying
Yeah,
to, I'm looking
It's
for a
okay.
presentation that I want to show you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and we were wondering, where do we start? Because do we lock the use? And if we lock the use, it means we are curtailing the culture of AI adoption. Or do we pick up enterprise solution, which is going to be very expensive? Or do we just create awareness for the sake of awareness, knowing very well what happened to Deloitte and what happened to Vodacom in Tanzania can
Yeah.
as well happen to us?
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much. Two things. I'm actually creating a tool for people like you who need to be able to have AI governance automatically embedded into the AI tools. So when I'm ready, I'll show you, I'll let you know. It's like the tool is actually almost ready. We're just trying to do a few R&D, which will process all of those details that we don't make mistakes like Deloitte. If I want to go over AI, I can go over the whole day. I have presentation for everything. But what I wanted to show you is that we have local, the public AI platforms, of course, the private ones and enterprise, and then we have on-premise. So if you're doing a very highly confidential kind of AI tooling, you need to make sure you have a very localized on-premise where you install on your own server, meaning that is not communicating to anything outside the internet. Because the moment you go to the internet, on a public AI platform like ChatGPT, where you don't pay for it, it automatically gets to be used for training, right? And basically you're having also confidential information you're sharing. If you have a private enterprise like, say, Copilot and the likes, which you have paid for, then that information is not getting out there, right? They're not using, also the agreement shows that they cannot use your data to train. There, you can actually upload confidential data to be able to actually learn details about, for you to do things better, right? But the governance part of things is to be able to make sure it's where there's a struggle. So we have actually created a tool where it can actually check to see, does that judge really exist, or the citation you've done, does it really exist before you actually publish it? So that's the thing. You will need to make sure you either have a private, which you're actually paying for, or you have it hosted on your own website, on your own local server. Things like, say, if you go to Olama, I don't know if you know about Olama. Olama basically has localized. So I've put a localized version of this on a server somewhere, and I can reach it remotely if I want to. We can download any kind of AI, or use others like Gemini, but I've connected Gemini to my proprietary email domain where we have Gemini access, and I use this to be able to do anything that I want to. Yeah. So the paid versions, best. If you want to very private, localize.
My question, thank you first of all for your presentation.
Thank
and
you.
for hacking, showing my passwords to the world.
I didn't show, you did not consent.
I have two questions.
Yes.
First one is on, yesterday I was very vocal of being pro AI.
Yeah.
As user, pro version use of Gemini and other LLMs. What is the regularization? What's the procedure or the steps that the government has taken in Kenya to control the usage of AI or come up with policies for this? Because
they haven't.
Yeah.
I think they're still late.
Yeah.
We need to move fast.
Yeah.
And also the legal aspect of the legal consortiums need to actually move fast. What I fear is people using AI to do things without any kind of regulation. Next year, we're going to suffer. Because during the election, I take a picture of you and I make you say something that you did not say, and everybody believes that information. Now they're even getting cleaner in being able to make sure that lip syncs and everything are proper. If we don't have regulation against that, then we're going to have a very big problem. So right now, I still think the government is still dilly-dallying around that entire conversation, and we need to act fast.
Yeah. And the last one is on when you're signing into like an app or a website, you can either create, if you're signing up, you can create, the full details, name, which I hate. So I always prefer continue with Google.
Yes.
Is that safe? It doesn't feel safe to me, but is it?
Oh, it is, because you're only giving permissions to what you want to actually let that particular website use. But my advice, two things. Use a different browser for different activities. Use a different email for different activities. So like I use Night Owl to sign up on everything else. I don't care if it gets hacked. You can take it if you want to. There's no card details. Even my card details are linked to something else. And I have a primary email that I use for other stuff. And once in a while, I go to my details of my settings for my primary email to change permissions that I've given to things that I don't even know, right? So create a different email for that. Use a different browser for different activities. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And I have a concern about something, because almost all of us here are journalists. So I was asking, you've said that you have a school, right?
Yes, I do.
So why don't you take at least two people from here, you go and teach them that, so that if the people who have the same problems every day can reach them nearer, instead of, looking for you and
No,
that.
definitely. We are planning for all of those. So we're starting small. So we have the academy, which is purely for cybersecurity training, a pro training. Then we have an LMS that is coming up. By February, it should be done, where we will train you, say for journalists, there's a specific training we have for journalists. For people who are parents and kids, which I'm very passionate about, I naturally go to places to teach kids and parents how to be secure. There's another platform for that. So we're going to be putting down all of those courses online that you can get access to on what to do. Because everything I've told you right now, there's too much information. You can barely remember everything I've said. Yeah, so we are working on that.
Guys, because of time, we will take two last ones, then break for lunch. You see, we're behind time. Yeah. Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Faima Ibrahim. I want you to differentiate between unhealthy hacking and healthy hacking. And at what point do you say that this is a healthy hacking? Thank you.
Okay. So we have what we call ethical hackers. Ethical hackers are basically people like me who are professionally paid to be able to infiltrate systems and find vulnerabilities to be able to actually help secure. The unhealthy one or unethical are people who have various motives as to why they want to hack a system, an organization, or a person, and they use the same tools to be able to do that. So we need more of us to be able to actually stop the bad guys. So that's why our school, we teach such people. But they're human beings. You can't help everybody. There's somebody who will go rogue. I know a guy who I taught for like 6 years, one of the most brilliant hackers in Kenya. He went rogue. He was arrested. He was locked up for like 3 months. He was arraigned in court. His case is still out there. You see, that's not something we can control. But the more we have to teach a lot more people. I can't do everything alone. So I try to teach as many people as I can through the academy to be able to actually stop bad guys in organizations. Yeah.
Hey, Bright.
Hi.
Allow me to use Greg again. Now, Greg mentioned that, yesterday mentioned that he engages a lot with AI tools.
Yes.
And I'm going to use Gemini as one of those tools.
Okay.
So whenever Greg has a problem with his car, he's talking to Gemini. Whenever Greg is preparing a CV, he's using Gemini. Whenever Greg is registered for a course and is going through university, Gemini knows him by name. Whenever Greg is Googling about his children, school, and my kid is not feeling very well. So at some point, Greg builds so much of a profile of himself with that kind of an engagement.
Yes.
Do you think that one time, maybe some years to come, someone will want to know about Greg and Gemini would probably say Greg is married to 2 wives and his kids have been going to this school. He has been driving a Chevy, this model, and is that a possibility?
Yes, a possibility because, thank you for the question. First of all, you saw what I showed you from OCT Industries. Those are data brokers who picked information from things like, say, Strava. So when you jog, Strava picked that information. They bought the information from Strava. So if actually you have a Strava account and I check your Gmail, I can tell how fast you jog. I can tell the route that you use. You see, that's third-party information, but they sell them. So if you use Google, Gemini, at least I know they don't sell. OpenAI, of course they do. It's even written there. And other social media, even on how do you call it? The normal Google part of things, if you don't change the settings, it will actually be able to actually use that information to train. So if third-party organizations start buying the data, they'll actually get to know Greg likes Chevy. This is how fast he gets to change his oil or whatever it is. So third parties also, let's say we have, what's this place called? Where you go for service a lot? Yellow looking like place?
Express.
Auto Express.
Yeah.
If Auto Express has been keeping that information and they're using LLMs, right? And they don't secure that properly, someone somewhere will be able to grab that information and then know everything about Greg just because he's been using Auto Express. So the mistake people are going to do is they'll start basically putting that information somewhere that is not safe, and third-party brokers are automatically fetching that information to be able to build their system to understand. Because we are feeding it into their system and they're able to learn, right? And that's how learning management platform, large language models are learning to be able to understand people from a different demographic. A year ago, if you write 2 Kenyans at the beach having a Heineken, the results are horrible. Right now, if you write it, you get a better image, right? Because they're able to fetch information from tiny places. I wrote tools to be able to fetch information from a demographic, and there are better tools to be able to do that. So we are getting there, but it will not be the primary companies to do that. Look at ChatGPT. OpenAI now has integration for you to put your shopping cart into their platform. You'll basically become a Play Store for you to be able to do anything. Say, I want to eat nyama choma. I'm in Mombasa, and where's the best place? And it's because other tools are going to feed into it. So eventually, we are the ones who are still giving that information out. We're the ones who allow this system to pick information from us. So we are the ones responsible for all of this information.
Thank you for this opportunity. And I'm marveled by the way you did your presentation.
Thank you.
And being a person who loves to be curious, I was having 2 questions. And the first one is, from a digital privacy standpoint, which personal security practices do you consider essential for someone who wants to minimize their online footprint and reduce traceability in everyday internet use?
So traceability, thank you very much for that. traceability cannot be removed entirely. You basically need to make sure that anything you connect to, especially your email, which is the primary source, you go and deactivate all those kind of details. Just what I was telling Greg earlier on. Use different emails for different things. And also use the different browsers for different activities. Don't use the same browser for banking. It's the same browser you use for everyday usage. You have to be able to separate them. We try to put everything into all eggs in one basket. That's how you get hacked like the government.
Talking about the government, in Kenya, telecom companies hold vast amount of personal and sensitive data about citizens, right? So while government agencies may sometimes request access to this data, how can we ensure that such requests are only granted when absolutely necessary, that they respect privacy rights, and that company remain fully accountable under the Data Protection Act to prevent misuse or oversharing of personal information? For instance, I have a friend who's an activist. Like he criticizes the government, and he fears abduction and don't know what to do about it. And if maybe...
I can even stop you there.
Yeah.
You're worried about the wrong people. Do you know what this is? Safe space. Can I put the camera off if you don't mind? No one should take any picture. This is Kenya Power. To secure your data. So I'm not really worried about telecom companies. It can be a difficult one, but nobody's immune to hacking. Nobody's immune to being rogue as well. Does that make sense? And they have audit trails to be able to actually find out if anybody pulled out some details about you or not. So you can legally subpoena Safaricom, Airtel, or whoever it is to find out if anybody pulled the data from a particular system or not. There are other companies out there like the Kenya Power and the likes, Kenya Power, Water, who else? All the others, they collect more information about you, which is more accurate than even telecom. And like I said, triangulation and everything is, people think it pinpoints to where you are exactly. They can tell you around the area, but cannot give exact location. Even if you watch the movies, it can't.
Wow. So before you close it, I'd also like to get...
We can get back to the recording.
I'd like to get something when it comes to apps.
Yes.
Early this year, I was online, wanted to pay for something. Then I remembered my card doesn't have money, but I have money on my M-Pesa.
Yes.
Nikaingia kwa... Oh, sorry. I went to my global M-Pesa and paid for it through the Visa. And the transaction went through.
Yes.
Weeks later, I received a prompt from Safaricom that you're unable to send. The first message was around 50 million to some code, to some account number, and it was giving me my specific M-Pesa balance. It was like, you can't send this amount
because you don't have enough.
Because you don't have enough.
Recently, so the APIs, APIs application programmable interface is a code that somebody can use to integrate into payment till numbers and everything. Many organizations, especially betting companies, have been leaving those API keys online. If I have time, I would have been able to show you. So if I grab that API key of that betting company, I can prompt anybody to send money. There's a guy who has been doing that. I can show you. We're in a WhatsApp group. He sent everybody in the WhatsApp group a prompt. Yeah. He sent everybody a prompt like this. I can open my WhatsApp. Pay X amount. Swipe, swipe. Swipe. Yeah. So 100,000 and everything to pay to April. Safaricom cannot stop that because they've given you the key for you to keep yourself. They can't keep it for you. So when they give you the API key to actually set up pay bills, so when you go to shop, they prompt you, right? And then you pay to that particular till. That's because they've given the API to people to be able to do that. But now, people don't secure those APIs, so somebody can steal them. Even I can steal them. I can write a script to actually steal the entire country's API key that are leaking, and people are now prompting for that. This was annoying. So I called them, they stopped that particular details. They called the company and said, you need to secure your API key, change them. And they changed your request for a new one. What did they do? They leave it online again. So there's nothing that Safaricom can do or Airtel or whoever can do about that. It's the people who actually buy those APIs are the ones who are supposed to secure them.
I've been asked to do the conclusion.
Sure.
And it is the internet never forgets. So that's it.
Never forgives, never forgets.
Never forgets. Let's give him a round of applause. I believe with all that said and done, I can't add any more or minus anything. So we really appreciate your insights, and also to Safaricom for contracting him to come and offer this information to us. And since we are community journalists, it's our belief that we are going to pass this information to the people that we serve. Asanteni sana for staying till this time. We are very much behind schedule, so we'll go for lunch for 45 minutes. Sawa sawa? 45 minutes. Then we come back, we'll just have a short panel discussion, and then we call it a day. All right? So in the next 45 minutes, let's be back. And then as we go and get our meal cards, we have been requested by the hotel to all go together as a group, because yesterday there are people who missed food because we were going one by one. So let's all go together as a team, then come back. No one should be left behind. Alafu, hii ni ya nani before ni peleke mwanangu? If this belongs to you or you know the owner, please ask them to come pick it.
Every guy mad over you, they wanna buy you with a bar.